Chapter 323. Just as I expected, the minor blood demon bodies separating Great Art and burning Zhen Yuan cancel each other out, only increasing my battling power by 20%. The burning of Zhen Yuan was too powerful, and even the minor blood demon body separating Great Art could not compete with it. Before, it could increase his battling power by 50%, but now it had only increased by 20%. Plus, the burning speed of his qi and blood was even faster than before, which would not last long. If he had guessed it right, as his cultivation increased, the power of burning Zhen Yuan would increase, and the minor blood demon body separating Great Art would eventually be eliminated. Of course, under the condition of burning Zhen Yuan, being able to increase his battling power by 20% was already very shocking. It was even 20% more powerful than astral-reaching realm warriors who trained fire element Zhen Yuan. Whoosh! The blue-red Zhen Yuan flame burned brightly as Yichen lifted up his head and looked at the corpse man. The corner of the corpse man's eyes twitched. This brat had trained the blood demon's minor blood demon body, separating Great Art. He did not know how the blood demon had given out his own secret martial art and given it to someone else. Take one of my attacks first. A ghostly wailing sound came from the golden skull as the corpse man took a step forward. It was as if a demon had arrived, attacking towards Yi Chen's head. A green lotus flower seizing art blocked out the corpse man's attack. Yi Chen waved his left hand, and two beams of green lotus sword qi shot out, attacking towards the corpse man's throat and heart. Pooh! The eagle claw-like left hand sliced open the sword qi, while the other beam of sword qi drew a beautiful arc in the air and brushed past the corpse man's chest, bringing up a small piece of disgusting flesh. Damn! Corpse fire! The corpse man was furious. As the golden skull shook, two balls of gray flame shot out, sticking onto Yi Chen's protective Zhen Yuan. This flame is not simple. The gray flame had a strong corrosive power. It did not go out even after touching the Zhen Yuan flame. Instead, it started to corrode Yi Chen's body. Without a choice, Yi Chen's Zhen Yuan exploded, shooting out both his protective Zhen Yuan and corpse fire, killing dozens of bronze shell corpses. The corpse man was caught off guard and was hit by that Zhen Yuan. He backed out 4 or 5 steps, his gray protective Zhen Yuan shaking. In corpse drill. Stopping himself from backing out, the corpse man's 5 fingers on his left hand formed into an awl shape with 5 hard black nails at the front. Around those nails, a gray-black Zhen Yuan started to spin intensely, forming into a gray-black Zhen Yuan drill. He then tried to drill towards Yi Chen. Xiao! The sound of breaking air was extremely soft. In the blink of an eye, the Zhen Yuan drill had arrived in front of Yi Chen. So fast! Quick sword intent burst out as Yi Chen blocked the Zhen Yuan drill with his sword. Whoosh! Whoosh! Blazing sparks scattered in all directions. The true essence drill gradually lost its momentum and dispersed. Seizing the opportunity, the gold skull flew out of the corpse man's hand and into the air. Spheres of gray flame spread out like a rain of fire. Shadow explosion. Dozens of shadows exploded. Yi Chen's real body quickly left the area covered by the rain of fire. Most of the shadows were ignited by the corpse fire and disappeared. This kid is too hard to deal with. I have to kill him to avoid future troubles. After fighting for so long, the corpse man had almost used all of his power. Not only did he not manage to hurt Yi Chen, he had even lost a small piece of his flesh. Although he was a zombie warrior, and a little bit of flesh was nothing to him, as one of the 108 ghost warriors of the 9 Ghost cult, he had dominated the Windy Nation for dozens of years. There were at least dozens of astral-reaching realm warriors who had died in his hands. He had never been taken advantage of by a young warrior. The anger in his heart was gradually ignited, and a creepy green color appeared in his black eyes. Ghost roar art. Opening his stinky mouth, the corpse man pushed his Zhen Yuan and formed an illusory skull in his throat. As the skull opened its mouth, a horrifying sound wave burst out. The sound wave had a faint gray-black color, spreading out in the shape of a wave. All of a sudden, the dark underground world was filled with screams and screams, as if hell had reappeared. What a powerful sound wave art! Yi Chen pushed his Zhen Yuan as hard as he could, protecting his mind and ears. However, the sound wave was not just a simple sound. It also contained a power that was hard to defend against. Pooh! Blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth as Yi Chen staggered backward. The others were not as lucky as him. The sound wave had pierced through their ears, making them all bleed out of their orifices. They looked like they were in pain, especially Pang Nya. Since he had lost an arm to the corpse man earlier, he was badly wounded. Being shaken by the sound wave, the Zhen Yuan inside his body could no longer be suppressed. It rushed up, and he puked out a stream of blood. He had almost been killed by his own Zhen Yuan. The lake man was shocked. The corpse man had used his ghost roar art, which consumed a lot of Zhen Yuan. According to what he knew, the ghost roar art was one of the 108 ghost warriors of the Nine Ghost cult, which was just as famous as the blood demon. With one roar, it could kill a huge amount of weaker opponents. Even warriors at the same level would have to back out, unable to compete with it. That brat was surprisingly powerful, forcing the corpse man to use his ghost roar art, which he was not that familiar with yet. Kill Heart Sword. Seeing that the corpse man was going to perform his ghost roar art, Yi Chen's face turned cold. He held his Star Scar sword with both of his hands and sank his mind into it, throwing out an attack along with his 80% sword intent. The sword chi was like a pillar, fast like lightning. Crack! The corpse man forcefully released his ghost roar art, his gold skull blocking in front of the sword chi. Shoo! Sparks shot out in a fan shape. The corpse man's blocking was a bit slow after all. The gold skull had only brushed against the sword chi, missing its target. The next second, a bone-deep sword mark appeared on his shoulder. He had almost lost one of his good arms, which was not a small loss. How is this possible? Although my ghost roar art is not that good yet, even a late astral-reaching realm warrior would have their chi and blood boiled under this roar. They would not be able to fight back immediately. The corpse man could tell that Yi Chen was wounded. However, the biggest use of his ghost roar art was actually to weaken his opponent's condition, allowing him to gain the upper hand. Yi Chen frowned slightly. The corpse man's sound wave art was indeed out of his expectation. The good thing was that he had trained the Green Lotus Sword spell, and it had already reached the 13th realm. Although his Zhen Yuan did not seem to be as rich as his opponent's, it was actually slightly better in terms of purity. Besides that, the corpse man's ghost roar art was not that good and had a lot of flaws. Otherwise, the situation would be even more dangerous, since both of them were at the same power level. The two were in a stalemate, neither of them willing to attack first. Meanwhile, the battle between Xiao Heng and his wife was still going on. Because Pang Nya could no longer fight, the couple and Lin Shuihan were slowly falling into a disadvantage. They were being suppressed by the lake man, the two gold shell corpses, and a man in long robes. Let's fight together. Xiao Heng signaled Long Yu. Yeah, Long Yu nodded. A water-like water Zhen Yuan rushed out of her body, which looked extremely heavy. A pinky-sized drop of Zhen Yuan landed on the ground, immediately creating a small, deep hole. At this moment, the 8th grade zombie, Metal Elite Zombie, stomped on the ground and rushed towards the two. Big water wave dragon break art. Two loud yells were heard. Xiao Heng and Long Yu's water Jin Qi combined together, performing an extremely horrifying secret skill. in the middle of the raging waves, a huge dragon that was completely made of water yuan broke through the waves. The huge dragon shook its head and tail, and an ancient aura spread out in the air. Oh no! It is the secret skill of the dragon god, Celestial Palace. The lake man's expression suddenly turned dark. Boom! The rank 8 gold shell corpse was even more powerful than a peak-level mid-astral reaching realm warrior. However, the huge dragon made of water yuan was even more powerful. With a wave of the dragon's claw, it had been blown away immediately. It was like a broken bag being blown away by a defenseless kid. Awoo! The huge dragon roared into the sky, attacking towards the lake man and the others. Blue wave spell. Cloud-piercing attack. The lake man drew a circle with his left hand while his right hand shot out. It was also a huge wave, but the difference was that there was a long spear made of water yuan shooting out towards the huge dragon. The huge dragon and the long spear clashed, and the lake man was completely defeated. The huge dragon and the long spear had lost one of its right claws, and the long spear had been shattered. When Xiao Hung and his wife performed that horrifying secret skill, even the ghost corpse man might not be able to handle it, not to mention the lake man, who was only at mid-astral reaching realm. The huge dragon's tail swept over, forcing the lake man to puke out a mouthful of blood. He had no way of fighting back at all. The other gold shell corpse next to him had also been blown away. As for that man in long robes, there were 2 of them. Seeing that the situation was not right, they did not try to fight against the huge dragon at all. Instead, they took the chance when the lake man was about to fight back and flew to the right. Xiao Hung and his wife knew that they could not afford to lose this opportunity. This secret skill was extremely hard for them to perform. Once their yuan could not keep up, the huge dragon would disappear. Therefore, they planned to kill the lake man and the others while they still had enough yuan, not giving them the chance to fight back. Evil corpse drill. The ghost corpse man had caught up. He threw out an evil corpse drill with his left hand while his right hand held the gold skull and threw it towards the huge dragon. He yelled, "Everyone, retreat!" The huge dragon had been shattered, and the ghost corpse man backed out for dozens of steps. The lake man's face was pale, and he was badly wounded. However, even in this kind of situation, he still stared at Long Yu with evil intentions. He then looked at Yi Chun, who was at the peak of his power. Right then, the situation was completely out of control. The ghost corpse man could not do anything to that brat, so staying here would only put him in danger. Let's go! The lake man and the man in long robes decided to retreat first. As for the 2 gold shell corpses, they would only listen to the ghost corpse man, so they did not have to worry about them. Ghost smoke. Staring at Yi Chun, who had caught up to him, the corpse man threw out 3 black pellets. The pellets exploded, and an endless amount of black smoke spread out. Leave something behind before you leave. The black smoke could not block out Yi Chen's soul power. He waved his star scar sword, and a fist-sized green lotus pierced through the smoke, landing on the ghost corpse man's left arm. The whole left arm fell off. The ghost corpse man screamed as he walked further and further away. His evil voice lingered in the smoke. "Brat, wait for me to come back. It will be your death day. No one will be able to save you." Yi Chen did not plan to chase after him. Before, he had noticed that the ghost corpse man's wound had already been healed. Although he had lost an arm, neither of them had prepared for a battle of life and death. He knew that the ghost corpse man must have left some horrifying ace attacks behind. Yi Chen sneered, "If you don't come back, you might still have a chance to live. If you come back, you will only die faster." Right now, he had just reached the astral reaching realm, so his foundation was not very stable. Once he stabilized his cultivation, he would go to the natural moat gorge to learn the Battle King's sword intent, not to mention the ghost corpse man. Even Jin Huang would not be able to kill him. Chapter 324. Once the corpse man had left, Xiao Heng and his wife let out a breath of relief. Although they had prepared for everything before they came, it was still quite hard to face him. Even the big water wave dragon break, Art might not be able to do anything to him. Luckily, Yichun was very powerful. He had managed to block the corpse man all by himself and had gained quite the upper hand. Otherwise, it would not be the corpse man who had backed out, but them. Warrior Yi, no wonder the leader thinks so highly of you. Long Yu looked at Yi Chun. This old monster is not simple. If we keep fighting, the result will be unpredictable. As they were talking, Yi Chun released his minor blood demon body, separating great art, and put out the burning Zhenyuan. He then let out a mouthful of turbid qi, which was slightly hot and filled with the smell of blood. The minor blood demon body, separating great art, consumed a lot of qi and blood, which was a huge burden on the body. Even though Yi Chun had been trained by the Sky Demon Flower and had just reached the astral-reaching realm, his body was way more powerful than other astral-reaching realm warriors at the same level. However, burning Zhenyuan was different. It was something that all astral-reaching realm warriors would try their best to avoid. Unless it was a critical moment, they would not want to burn their Zhenyuan. The side effects of burning Zhenyuan and the minor blood demon body separating great art combined together would be too much for Yi Chen's body. Perhaps only Su Jing's body would be able to last for a long time. This was also the main reason why he did not chase after the corpse man nearby. Pang Nye held up Zhuang Qinghe's body and said with his teeth clenched, "Fireman, don't think that I will give up on revenge just because you are dead. From now on, the Purple Sun Martial School will no longer exist in the Windy Nation." In fact, he hated Yi Chun a lot as well. However, Yi Chun was way too powerful, so Pang Nye did not dare to curse out loud. Otherwise, if he pissed off Yi Chun, he might be killed. Lin Shuihan sighed. "Brother Pang, I am sorry for your loss. This time, we have all underestimated the fireman's plan." Before they came, none of them had thought that the fireman would work with the ghost corpse man and try to kill them all. Even now, Lin Shuihan was still scared. The corpse man had left, leaving behind a huge number of bronze shell corpses. Xiao Heng and his wife were afraid that these corpses would leave the underground world and bring disaster to the Windy Nation, so they joined hands to kill them. Yi Chun and Lin Shuihan glanced at each other. Then they also went up to kill those bronze shell corpses that were not that powerful. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, and Yi Chun had already returned to the Sky Cloud Martial School. After a month of training, Yi Chun had basically consolidated his early astral-reaching realm cultivation base. If he wanted to take another step forward, it would not be something that could be done in a day. On this day, Yi Chun bid farewell to Cloud Dreamer and went to the natural moat gorge of Wild Goose Falling River alone. On the way, he purposely passed by the vicinity of the house of Ziyang and discovered that there was a faint glow of blood in the sky above the house of Ziyang. That was the sign of a large number of highly skilled cultivators dying. There were a lot of warriors around the Purple Sun Martial School, some of which were powerful late clasping Yuan realm warriors. Who could have known that the fireman had colluded with the corpse man and killed the great third master of the Emerald Martial School? Now, the great headmaster of the Emerald Martial School, who had lost an arm, had come to the Purple Sun Martial School to take revenge. He had killed the leader and all of the core masters of the Purple Sun Martial School. Even half of the inner masters had died. Since then, the Purple Sun Martial School has completely fallen. There are only 4 top martial institutions left in the Windy Nation. Look, It is an astral-reaching realm warrior. Isn't that the great master of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Yi Chun? I heard that he had also participated in the operation to kill the corpse man, but he was not injured at all. That great master of the Emerald Martial School had lost an arm. Plus, this Yi Chun has reached the astral reaching realm. He has a horrifying potential. Someone had noticed the existence of Yi Chun. Yi Chun did not pay attention to them and flew directly towards the entrance of the Purple Sun Martial School. In front of the entrance of the Purple Sun Martial School, a large number of disciples and masters had left the mountain. They did not want to stay in the declining Purple Sun Martial School anymore. Plus, they had offended the Emerald Martial School, which meant that the future of the Purple Sun Martial School would not be easy. If they did not make a decision now, they would regret it. Among all the masters, Yi Batian and his eldest son, Yi Feng, were walking down the mountain. Yi Batian lifted up his head and saw Yi Chun. He had a complicated look on his face. This time, the inner masters of the Purple Sun Martial School had been severely injured or killed. He was supposed to die as well, but Pang Nye had asked him if he was Yi Batian from the Yi family. After getting his answer, Pang Nye had decided not to kill him. A few of the inner masters who had a good relationship with him had also been spared. Yi Batian was not stupid. After thinking about it for a long time, he had thought that Yi Chun was afraid of Yi Chun and would not dare to kill him. Right then, seeing the profound qi coming from Yi Chun, he had confirmed his guess. He wanted to say something, but did not know what to say. Yi Chun looked indifferent. He turned around and shot into the distance, disappearing without a trace within a second. The Purple Sun Martial School had already fallen, so there was no need for Yi Chun to find trouble with them. The Wild Goose Falling River was one of the 3 largest rivers in the South Shore region. It was 650,000 miles long, and its main road went through the Windy Nation, the Thousand Thread Nation, the Gray Mystery Nation, and the other 12 nations. Its tributaries were tens of thousands of miles long, covering most of the 15 nations. On the boundless Wild Goose Falling River, Yi Chun flew across the water surface. Last time, I met the Black Crow Man, an astral-reaching realm martial artist. This is the second time I've come to the Wild Goose Falling River, and I'm already an astral-reaching realm martial artist, and my cultivation is even higher than the Black Crow Man's. Life is so wonderful. Looking at the ocean beast of the South Chamber of Commerce, Yi Chun sighed, an astral-reaching realm martial artist. The passengers on the ocean beast saw Yi Chun flying across the sky. They all yelled out in surprise. The natural moat gorge, which was over 17,000 meters tall and divided into 2, gradually came into view. Yi Chun took a deep breath and raised his speed to his limit. Swoosh! Within 10 blinks of an eye, Yi Chun was less than 5 miles away from the natural moat gorge. From here on, I have to be extra careful. Standing in front of the branch of the Wild Goose Falling River, Yi Chun didn't choose to fly anymore. Instead, he stepped on the water surface step by step, approaching the natural moat gorge. Back when he was on the ocean beast, he was slightly injured when he was only 10 miles away from the natural moat gorge. But now, he was completely unharmed when he was only 5 miles away from the natural moat gorge, which was a huge improvement. Inside his storage ring, the Broken Battle Emperor's sword jumped up as usual, but was firmly suppressed by Yi Chun. 3 miles away from the natural moat gorge, boom, a horrifying sword intent surged out. Yi Chun, who had been prepared for this, leapt backwards and left the area. Horrifying. Back then, the Sky Pillar Mountain was divided into 2 and became the natural moat gorge. The crack of the natural moat gorge seems to be an outlet for the sword intent. I can't even get close to it. What should I do? Before, Yi Chun thought that the sword intent in the natural moat gorge would grow stronger gradually, but who knew that the sword intent would suddenly surge after he entered the 3 miles area? If he moved forward recklessly, he might be injured by the powerful sword intent, which was not what he wanted to see. After thinking for a while, Yi Chun decided to start from other places to see if there was a suitable place for him to study the sword intent. If he couldn't find a suitable place to study the sword intent, he would have to figure out another way. 3 miles away from the natural moat gorge, Yi Chun was flying around it. Soon, Yi Chun arrived at the left side of the natural moat gorge. It was a flat area where many warriors had gathered. In front of them was the left side of the natural moat gorge. There was a huge crack on the top of the mountain, which was hundreds to tens of meters wide. There is sword intent here as well. The whole natural moat gorge had been split in half by the Battle King's sword attack. Perhaps it was because of the vibrations, but the left side of the gorge had a crack. Under the crack was not water, but hard mud and a small stream. If one walked straight in, they would be able to reach the inside of the gorge. But of course, that would be suicidal. Dispersing his Zhen Yuan, Yi Chun slowly landed on the flat ground, 5 miles away from the crack. Nearby, a female sword artist had just recovered from studying the sword intent. She turned her head to look at Yi Chun and said warmly, "This is one of the release points of the natural moat gorge, but it is not as powerful as the sword intent on the other side of the gorge. If you are careful, you should be fine." "Thanks for the reminder." Yi Chun nodded. He could tell that the female sword artist's sword intent had reached 50%, and she was also an early astral reaching realm warrior herself. Perhaps it was because she thought that Yi Chun was very young and handsome. The female sword artist pointed around and said, "I have been here for a while, and I have seen a lot of people training their sword intent here. 7 miles away from the crack would be the best place to train entry-level sword intent. 6 miles would be the best place to train 40% sword intent. 5 miles would be the best place to train 50% sword intent, and so on. Do not be reckless. You also have 50% sword intent." After talking for a while, the female sword artist realized that Yi Chun was able to stand right next to her and be fine, which meant that he had obviously reached 50% sword intent. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be less than 20 years old. Yi Chun chuckled and asked, "Then there are sword-shaped plants up there?" The female sword artist nodded and said, "Yes, but there are all of the top warriors from all of the martial institutions up there. It would be best if you do not think about the sword-shaped plants. But of course, if it comes from the stream, then it would not be under their control. We can fight for it ourselves. Sword-shaped plants come from this stream? Don't look down on this stream. There are a lot of people staring at it every day. If you could get a sword-shaped plant from the stream, it would be much better than cultivating here for a couple of months. If you are lucky, you might even be able to increase your sword intent. If you are not, you might even be able to accumulate some sword intent knowledge. Oh, it seems like this place is quite popular." The female sword artist said disappointedly, "I have seen a couple of sword-shaped plants coming out from the stream, but they had all been taken by the powerful warriors in front of us. What can I do? My sword intent could not go any further. Otherwise, I would be able to join the fight." In this place, cultivation did not have much of an influence. The main thing was still the sword intent. If one's sword intent was high, then they would be able to get close to the crack. If one's sword intent was low, then they would only be able to watch others fight for the plants. Perhaps your luck will change. After understanding some of the common sense, Yi Chun decided not to stay any longer. He prepared to walk closer. "What are you doing?" The female sword artist covered her mouth. In her sight, Yi Chun's body flashed once and appeared 5 miles away from the crack. The sword intent there did not affect him at all. It was not over yet. Yichen continued to walk. Soon, he was 3 miles away from the crack, and then 2 miles away. Oh my God! 80% sword intent. How did he learn it? The female sword artist looked like she could not believe it. There were not many sword artists near the crack. There were only 3 of them. One was an elder in his 60s, and the other 2 were middle-aged men with cold faces. Seeing Yichen walking over, the elder seemed to be thinking about something. The 2 middle-aged men's expressions changed a couple of times. They were obviously shocked by Yichen's sword intent realm. Yichen did not care about them. He only stopped when he was at the very front of the crack. The sword intent here is just within my limit. I will train it here. Taking out his star scar sword and wearing it on his left waist, Yichen glanced at the elder and the 2 middle-aged men. Seeing that they did not have any strange reactions, he then closed his eyes slightly, feeling the mysterious sword intent leaking out. Chapter 325. After a whole hour, Yichen finally woke up from his training state. Compared to the sword-shaped plant, the sword intent that leaked out from the crack contained more information, but it was also more chaotic. It was not as orderly as the sword-shaped plant. Yichen now understood why the sword-shaped plant was so popular. Although he could train the sword intent in the natural mode canyon at any time without any obstacles or time limit, the sword intent in the canyon was so powerful. Being covered by the sword intent, he would be like a fish swimming against the current, unable to see the whole river flow. He could only passively accept the information that he could get. After 2 hours, the information that Yichen had received was all fragmented and messy. Wanting to learn something from it would be extremely difficult. However, the sword-shaped plant was different. It had absorbed the sword intent from the canyon and made a simple arrangement, which made the training easier. In other words, it was a weaker version of the sword intent of the Battle King. Of course, it was at least 1,000 times weaker, which was extremely different from the complete sword intent of the Battle King. No rush. Although the sword intent is fragmented, it is not completely useless. At least, it can increase my sword intent foundation. In the future, I might be able to connect them together. A few thoughts flashed through his mind as Yichen continued to sink into his training state. 3 days had passed in a row. A few of the sword artists within miles had left, and a few more had come. The number had always been the same. That kind-hearted female sword artist was very patient. She had been staying where she was without moving. She would occasionally look towards Yichen's direction. Whoosh, whoosh. That day, a crazy wind suddenly blew out from the crack. The wind was like a dragon's roar, a tiger's roar, or even a ghost's cry. It was extremely horrifying. Wind, wind. The sword artists at the back saw it, and their faces were filled with excitement. Yichen thought about it. Could it be that the wind would bring the sword-shaped plant out? That would explain why everyone, including the female sword artist, were so excited. Shoo! Just as he thought about it, a sharp, air-piercing sound was heard from within the heavy wind. He looked up and saw a sword-shaped plant shoot out from within the gray wind. This sword-shaped plant contained a powerful sword intent. Although it was not controlled by anyone, it still displayed a shocking attacking power. It was like an unsheathed greatsword. This is mine. Near Yichen, a skinny middle-aged man with a cold face jumped up from the ground, trying to grab the plant. This sword-shaped plant should be mine. The old man in his 60s laughed out loud. He stomped on the ground and sent out waves of earth as he chased after the thin middle-aged man. The speed of the two was extremely fast. They approached the sword-shaped plant in an instant and started to fight for it. Humph! Who dares to fight with me? The other middle-aged man was not as fast as the other two, but the sword-shaped plant was something he had to get. He opened his 5 fingers, which contained sword light. He grabbed in the air, and 5 beams of sword light interweaved together, shooting out. The 3 of them did not pull out their swords. 4 sword artists, once they pulled out their swords, there would be blood. It was not the time for them to risk their lives yet, so they were all holding back. Yichen smiled. His body disappeared with the wind. When he reappeared, he was already on the other side. He extended his arm and picked up a sword-shaped plant from the air. What? There is another one? I could not even hear anything. Damn it, the 3 of us fought to the death, and he got one so easily. The 3 of them who were fighting for the plant looked bad. In the end, it was the elder who was more skillful, and he got the plant. Hee, little brother, you have sharp senses. Impressive. Putting away the plant, the elder moved away from the 2 middle-aged men and looked at Yi-chun with a smile. Yi-chun said, "You were attracted by the first plant. It is not because of my sharp senses." Yi-chun would not dare to underestimate the 3. Before, his sword intent was his advantage, and it was also one of the reasons why he could fight beyond his realm. However, these 3 people's sword intent was not weaker than his, so it would be impossible for him to get the upper hand with his sword intent. Especially that elder. He had the highest cultivation among the 4, reaching mid-astral reaching realm. The other 2 middle-aged men were not bad either, both at peak level early astral reaching realm, which was higher than Yi-chun. Is that so? The elder obviously did not believe what Yi-chun had said. As a sword artist, his senses were already very sharp. It was not that they had never seen a couple of plants shooting out at the same time, but this time they did not sense anything at all. Yi-chun being able to sense the second plant so easily was enough to explain the situation. If he was only a bit interested in Yi-chun before, then right now he had already considered Yi-chun as a powerful opponent for the plant. As for the 2 middle-aged men who did not get the plant, a strange light flashed through their eyes. They seemed to want to take Yi-chun's plant by force, but they were also quite scared of him. The wind is still blowing. Let's see what we can do. Yi-chun did not expect them to believe him. Lowering his attitude was just to ease the atmosphere. If they were too aggressive, he would not mind fighting with them. The 4 of them had their own thoughts as they focused on the gray wind. Behind them, a lot of sword artists started to yell. They got it again. We can't even get the leftovers. What can we do? They are in the 2-mile area, which is the front line. We are too far away, and the plant would not be able to get here. Before, there were only 3 of them. Sometimes there would be 1 or 2 fish that slipped through the net. Now, there is 1 more. Our chance of getting the plant is getting lower and lower. It was very rare for the wind to blow inside the crack. It would only happen once or twice a month. Every time the wind blew, it would be the time when the plant would appear the most. Basically, there would be a different amount of plants flying out. Therefore, a lot of sword artists were looking forward to the wind inside the crack. They wished that it would blow every day. Although there were plants flying out of the stream, the speed of the stream was way too slow. The chance of the people behind them getting the plant from the stream was almost 0, unless there was no one in front of them. The female sword artist saw that Yi-chun had gotten a sword-shaped plant so easily, so she was a bit surprised. Those 3 in the 2-mile area were not simple at all. A lot of powerful warriors had tried to fight against the Battle King's sword intent, trying to take the food from them. But they had all been killed without a doubt. However, facing Yi-chun, who had gotten a sword-shaped plant, the 3 did not even try to take it. It seemed like they were quite afraid of him. Sighing, the female sword artist forced a smile. She was only 1 step away from the 60% sword intent. If she had a plant, she might be able to make it. Unfortunately, She had not even touched a plant in the past couple of months. She could only watch it fall into someone else's hands. Shoo, 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 shoo. Right at that moment, the wind inside the crack became even more intense, bringing up a tornado. At least 8 or 9 plants shot out as fast as lightning, flashing once and disappearing. Good timing. The elder did not care about anything else. He reached out his hand and grabbed 2 of them. The other 2 middle-aged men were a bit weaker, but they both got 1 each. The fastest one would have to be Yi-chun. Before the sword-shaped plants appeared, his body had already jumped into the air. His body flashed, and 3 plants landed in his hand. No matter it was the timing, the movement, or the horrifying coordination, it was all frightening. The 4 of them had gotten 7 plants in total. The remaining 2 went through the air above them, reaching the 3-mile area. All the sword artists in the 3-mile area jumped into the air at the same time. However, the plants were way too fast. They went right through them and reached the 4-mile area. Haha, I got 1. One of the sword artists in the 4-mile area was lucky. One of the plants had been shot in the same direction as him. There is still 1 more. The female sword artist was in the 5 miles area. She was already prepared to be empty-handed, but just like Yi-chun had said, her luck would eventually change. The last plant landed right in front of her, sinking 3 inches deep into the ground. The tail of the plant could not stop shaking. I got one just like this. She still could not believe it. In case something bad happened, she hurried to pull out the plant and threw it into her storage ring. A satisfied expression appeared on her face. With this plant, it is not impossible to increase my sword intent to 60%. All the sword artists in the 3-mile area and the 4-mile area who did not get any plants were almost going crazy. 9 plants. They did not even get 1. If Yi-chun and the other 3 could get it, it would be fine, since they were very powerful and had a high level of sword intent. No one would dare to fight against them. As for the remaining 2 plants, why would they not be theirs? 6 swordsmen surrounded the man who had the sword-shaped plant in the 4-mile area. Between his life and the plants, the man chose to give up. He looked disappointed. Soon, the 6 of them arrived near the female sword artist and surrounded her. If you know what's good for you, hand over the plants. Otherwise, you will lose your life. The female sword artist backed out a couple of steps. It is mine. I will give you 3 breaths of time. If you do not hand it over, you will die. The leading sword artist threatened. I will not hand it over. I stay here for a couple of months every year. This is my first time getting one. The female sword artist said angrily, You want to do this the hard way? Kill her. The 6 of them pulled out their weapons, their Zhenyuan exploding violently. In the 2-mile area, Yi-chun shook his head. Under the surprised look of the elder and the 2 middle-aged men, he walked towards the 5-mile area step by step. Get the fuck back to your positions. Without wasting any time, Yi-chun yelled, Brat, this is our business. You better stay out of it. Don't think that just because you have a high level of sword intent, we will not be able to do anything to you. Battling power is not something that can be supported by sword intent alone. Yi-chun's power was still quite powerful. Otherwise, they would have attacked him already. The female sword artist was both grateful and worried, afraid that Yi-chun would be taken advantage of. Having a high level of sword intent was one thing, but having a high battling power was another. The 2 were not equal. Chin. The Star-Scar sword was pulled out halfway. That horrifying sword light cut out a crack on the ground. The crack spread out at an unimaginable speed until it reached under the 6 people's feet. I will say it again. All of you get the fuck off. Yi-chun looked cold. These 6 people were all at early astral reaching realm. and one of them was at mid-astral reaching realm. They all had 60 or 70% sword intent, but their martial arts and sword arts were way weaker. So, Yichen did not care about them at all. "Brat, you are looking for death." The leading mid-astral reaching realm warrior could not hold it anymore. He yelled as his Zhen Yuan started to burn crazily, throwing out a sword attack towards Yi Chun. Chapter 326. His blue robes fluttered in the air as Yi Chun took out his Star Scar sword. The second he did so, his green lotus Zhen Yuan had already started to burn fiercely. A pure blue fire wave exploded, bringing up a light pattern in the surreal space. This kind of power was normally only available to mid-astral reaching realm warriors. Shoo! Taking out his sword, Yi Chun threw out a sword attack towards his opponent. Within that blue sword light was a majestic green lotus, which seemed to support the sky while its roots pierced into the ground. The sword light sliced down heavily with an unstoppable momentum. It was indeed the most aggressive ace attack of the Green Lotus sword arts, Green Lotus Mountain opening. The ground cracked open, and the person who had thrown out the sword attack was shocked. He was obviously the one who had thrown out the first attack. So how did his opponent get there first? Plus, that sword light contained an unimaginable power. Facing it, he felt like he was about to be torn apart, which made his scalp go numb. "Seal it!" As the sword was about to land, the person changed his sword movement, trying to block out Yi Chen's sword light. Boom! A thick layer of the ground was shaved off. That sword artist's feet rubbed against the ground as he was blown away, puking out a huge mouthful of blood. The Star Scar sword created a sword flower in the surreal space, cutting through the air. The poetic perspective was horrifying. Yi Chen's gaze landed on the other five. "This is the holy land for sword artists. I do not want to kill you all. Back off." "Yes, yes." The five saw that even the most powerful among them could not handle one sword attack from Yi Chen, so they did not dare to stay any longer. In a battle between sword artists, life and death was only a matter of a few attacks. As for that sword artist who had been beaten back by Yi Chen, he also did not dare to challenge him again, so he quickly left the place. He had been wounded quite badly and would need some time to heal up. Otherwise, it would be hard for him to fight against the sword intent leaking out of the crack. "Thank you." The female sword artist closed her slightly open mouth and thanked him. Putting his sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chen waved his hand and said, "This is my first time here, so I would like to thank you for telling me some common sense. These are just small things. No need to thank me. All right, you be careful. I still need to collect more sword-shaped plants." Although 4 sword-shaped plants could help him reach 90% sword intent, but Yi Chen planned to accumulate enough sword-shaped plants all at once. Plus, the sword intent that leaked out from the crack was not completely useless. The messy information of the sword intent would eventually be sorted out, and he might have to rely on it to break through to the peak level sword intent in the future. Returning to the 2-kilometer area, Yi Chen pushed the matter from his mind. The middle-aged man, who was also in the 2-mile area, felt lucky that he did not try to steal his sword-shaped plant earlier. Not only had his sword intent reached 80%, his battling power was also terrifyingly high. Being able to fight beyond his cultivation, he was probably not weaker than the elder, and might even be slightly stronger than him. The elder chuckled and gave up on the idea of stealing the plant. He would have plenty of chances to get more sword-shaped plants in the future, so there was no need to risk his life for it. It was not worth it. Yi Chen did not know what the others were thinking, and even if he did, he would not care. It was not because he was arrogant, but even without his martial arts and sword arts, his sword intent was still not something they could compete with, because they did not have the Battle King's sword, and their comprehensive abilities were not as good as his either. Although they were both 80% sword intent, Yi Chen's sword intent contained the immortal mentality, which was an insurmountable advantage. It was also the foundation for him to survive. With the Battle King's sword, I would be able to use at least 10 times more efficiently than these people. What a shame. It was not that Yi Chen did not have the thought of stealing the plant, but after thinking about it, he decided to give up. He was not a demonic man who would rather sacrifice others to strengthen himself. Therefore, there would be no difference between him and the other 6 people. If he wanted to be powerful, he would have to be powerful in an upright way and not let his sword intent be covered by dust. His sword intent was a vast sword intent, an indestructible sword intent. Unknowingly, Yi Chen's sword intent had gotten firmer, and no evil could get through it. The wind gradually weakened until it disappeared, and the ground returned to its original peace and quiet. 5 plants should be enough. I will leave first. The elder could not wait any longer, and wanted to try to break through to the 90% sword intent. After all, he had already gotten 2 plants before, so it was not like he did not have the chance to break through to the 90% sword intent. Plus, with Yi Chen here, he did not know when he would be able to get more plants. After the elder left, the 2 middle-aged men and the sword artists behind him were the ones who were excited. Yi Chen did not care about anything, and just quietly trained his sword intent. After 10 days, the 2 middle-aged men left as well. Only Yi Chen was left in the 2-mile area, and there were not many sword artists in the 1-mile area. Opening his eyes, Yi Chen thought to himself, during these 10 days, there were 2 sword-shaped plants that flowed out of the stream, and I got both of them. In total, I have 6 sword-shaped plants, which should be enough for me to break through to the 90% sword intent. If I cannot, then it means that it is not the right time for me to break through yet, and the foundation of my sword intent would not be stable. However, it was already enough for him to break through to the 90% sword intent. If he wanted to break through to the next level, it would be even harder. He would have to wait until he got all 9 of them. Yi Chen was very ambitious. This time, he not only wanted to break through to the 90% sword intent, but he also wanted to break through to the advanced level. Of course, the possibility was very low. 80% to 90% was already hard enough, and from 90% to the advanced level, it would be even harder than from the beginner level to the 90% sword intent. If he really wanted to break through, even if Yi Chen had the Battle King's sword, he would need at least 20 to 30 sword-shaped plants. If it were someone else, it would be almost impossible for them to break through to the advanced level with just the sword-shaped plants, unless they were extremely talented in the sword arts, which meant that they were 2 or 3 times more talented than Yi Chen. Yi Chen had never heard of this kind of genius before. Breaking through to the advanced level sword intent was Yi Chen's biggest goal. After that, he wanted to at least stabilize the 90% sword intent. After all, 99% was the advanced level, and the gap between the two was not small at all. If he wanted to do it all at once, then he would have more hope. If he did it intermittently, then he would lose a lot of inspiration. After another 10 days, Yi Chen got another sword-shaped plant. The female sword artist was getting ready to leave. She was planning to say goodbye to Yi Chen, but seeing that he was still focused on his sword intent, she had to leave helplessly. The next day, there was a rare wind in the crack. However, compared to last time, the wind was much weaker, and there were only 3 sword-shaped plants. With 3 sword-shaped plants in his hand, Yi Chen had 10 sword-shaped plants in his storage now. It is time to leave. I have to give the others some chances. The sword artists who came here mainly wanted to learn the Battle King's sword intent that had leaked out from the crack. The sword-shaped plants were an extra reward, but they could not get anything from it at all. Obviously, they were very frustrated. With 10 sword-shaped plants, Yichen did not plan to occupy the 2 miles area anymore. He finally left. Luckily, I was able to hold on. Hee, although the sword-shaped plants were an extra reward. If I could get one, then this trip would be worth it. Seeing Yichen leave, everyone was overjoyed. Of course, some of the weaker sword artists were worried. Before, with Yichen there, those aggressive sword artists did not dare to push it too far. But once Yichen left, those people would not be able to control their greed and try to take the plants. In the end, this world had always been a survival of the fittest. The more powerful you were, the more people would respect you. 3 days after Yichen left, a group of unexpected guests showed up outside the crack. Have you seen this guy before? The leader took out a portrait from his storage ring. The portrait was none other than Yichen. Yes, he just left 3 days ago. The sword artist who was asked answered honestly. There were a lot of people on the other side, and the ones walking in the front were all astral-reaching realm warriors. More importantly, they were wearing the uniform of the Rank 6 Martial School, the Floating Mountain Martial School, which was not someone they could mess with. They could not help but wonder where Yichen came from, since he dared to go against the Floating Mountain Martial School. The leader heard him and said with a cold voice, "Ha!" He escaped again. They were all under Taoist Jin Huang, who was the core master of the Floating Mountain Martial School. With one order, he could send out a lot of people. They were only one of the groups that were chasing after Yichen. This time, there were more than 10 groups, and each group had 2 to 3 astral-reaching realm warriors. The biggest group even had a late astral-reaching realm warrior, who was the assistant of Taoist Jin Huang. Taoist Jin Huang's order was to send someone to inform him as soon as they got the news. "Master Lu, don't worry. After messing with Master Jin Huang, this brat will die sooner or later." The middle-aged man who was called Master Lu put away the portrait. Of course. What kind of cultivation does Master Jin Huang have? Even if we give him 5 years, he would not be able to compete with Master Jin Huang. If he does not die now, he will die even more miserably in the future. Let's go. In the mountains, thousands of miles away from the natural Moat Gorge, under the waterfall, Yichen sat on a huge rock, staring at the 6 sword marks on the wall. Among the 6 sword marks, 2 of them contained an unparalleled sword intent. The sword intent lingered for a long time, filling up the entire surreal space, making the air around it as sticky as water. Yichen had been sitting there for 10 days. During these 10 days, he had used up 6 sword-shaped plants in total. The sword intent of one plant could stay in the surreal space for 3 days. However, Yichen was not satisfied yet. Before the sword intent had completely disappeared, another sword mark would appear, which kept the sword intent at its most intense level. Woo! At noon, the waterfall stopped for a second. The water splashed in the midair and did not fall down for a long time. The breeze around had disappeared as well, and it was dead silent. Boom! Invisibly, a wave of sword intent shot up into the sky, shooting up into the clouds. 90% sword intent. Done. Shaking off the dust on his body, Yichen stood up and opened his eyes. The surreal space was shaking, like a great sword that had been covered in dust for hundreds of years had just been pulled out of its scabbard, shocking the world. The sword intent slowly disappeared as Yichen let out a breath full of sharp qi. He mumbled to himself, comprehending the sword intent by myself was just a pure sword intent. However, from the Battle King's sword intent, I could sense the immortal mentality. Compared to the 80% sword intent, the immortal mentality contained in the 90% sword intent had increased by 5 times. The others would never have thought that I could gain something like this. There was only one Battle King's sword, and only that sword could trigger the immortal mentality in the Battle King's sword intent. It was Yi Chen's fortune, and no one else knew about it. Yi Chen was confident that with the 90% sword intent, he would be able to compete with other people's completed sword intent. The immortal mentality was way too powerful and did not belong to this realm at all. It was like a life and death realm warrior, standing high above the rest and looking down on the world. With the increase of the sword intent, my cultivation is unbelievably stable. It should be because of my clear mind, without any dirt on me. Unfortunately, I do not have any pellets or spirit plants that could increase the cultivation of astral-reaching realm warriors. Otherwise, I would be able to reach the peak level of early astral-reaching realm right now. The sword intent on the sword mark had not disappeared yet, so Yi Chen took out another sword-shaped plant. It had been broken, and the sword intent contained in it was poured into the broken Battle King's sword. Yi Chen lifted up the sword and slashed out a new sword mark. Let's go all out and see what level I can reach with 90% sword intent. 99% was the completed sword intent. Even reaching 91% would be a huge improvement. Chapter 327. 6 sword-shaped plants had increased Yi Chen's sword intent to 90%, but it was just the beginning. As the 7th plant was used up, Yi Chen could feel that the sword intent that he had learned earlier was being verified with the 7th plant's sword intent. It felt like he had accumulated a lot of experience. It seems like the accumulation of sword intent was right after all. Without those 20 days of training, it would still be unknown if my sword intent could reach 90%, not to mention breaking through to a higher realm. The sword intent inside the plant was actually not perfect, and the sword intent leaking out from the crack was not perfect either. But the two combined together and complemented each other, making it a lot more complete. Time flew by like water. Yi Chen had used up all of his stored sword-shaped plants, and the reward was shocking. According to his own estimation, his sword intent was at least 93%, and was not far from 99%. As his sword intent continued to increase, Yi Chen finally had some understanding of the immortal mentality. First of all, the immortal mentality was something beyond the mentality and was above it. Secondly, the immortal mentality was very special and had nothing to do with most of the mentalities. After all, even if it was beyond the mentality, it would still have something to do with it. At least it would be based on the mentality, and it would be impossible to create something out of nothing. However, the immortal mentality seemed to be created out of nothing, from nothing, from nothing, from nothing, and from nothing. Yi Chen did not know if he had guessed it right or not, but he thought that the immortal mentality meant the highest level and was above everything else. Forget it. With my cultivation, thinking about it would drive me crazy. I would need to at least reach the Sea of Souls realm before I could even think about it. For things that he had no clue about, he would never try to understand it forcefully. That would only drive him crazy, and it would not be worth it. Above the pond, Yi Chen lifted up his fist and threw out a punch. Shoo! A vacuum tunnel was torn open in the air, and it was quickly filled up with new air, making an extremely shrill scream. Pooh! The waterfall was cut in half like a piece of cloth, one top and one bottom. My comprehensive ability has allowed me to increase my martial art realm at an extremely fast speed, and the higher the martial art realm, the faster my cultivation base will increase as well. However, the higher the sword intent realm, it can also increase my cultivation speed. It has only been a month since I came out, and my cultivation base has already been completely stabilized. I am about to reach the peak of early astral reaching realm. It was undeniable that Yi Chen's rapid growth in cultivation had a lot to do with the growth of his sword intent. In fact, in terms of cultivation talent, Yi Chun was just at the level of top geniuses. However, the sword intent had made his mind more clear, clearing away all distracting thoughts, allowing him to bring out his cultivation talent to 100% or even 120%. However, some of the extremely talented people might not even be able to bring out 90 or 80% of their cultivation talent. The sword-shaped plant had been used up, but Yi Chen's learning had not disappeared yet. He planned to stay here for a few more days until he could no longer learn anymore. Wild Goose Falling River, Natural Moat Gorge. The number of swordsmen outside the fissure continued to increase. Unknowingly, the number of swordsmen had exceeded 100. Every day, many people would leave, and many more would come. And among the swordsmen who had come this time, 2 of them were extremely eye-catching. One of them was the astral-reaching realm sword artist Song Yen, who had met Yi Chen once before. The other one was an elder in black robes. His face was dry, and he did not have a beard. His eyes were as calm as an ancient well. Judging their cultivation, they were only at mid and late astral-reaching realm, which was not that horrifying. However, their sword intent had reached 90%, which allowed them to fight against the Battle King's sword intent that was 1 mile away from the fissure. Indeed, they were right outside the fissure. In the past couple of months, it was the first time that sword artists had appeared in this place, and there were 2 of them at the same time. 90% sword intent. So horrifying. I heard that once you reach the completion of the sword intent, battling beyond realms would be as easy as eating and drinking. But to reach the completion of the sword intent would be extremely hard. I have been stuck at 60% sword intent for a couple of years now, and there is still no sign of a breakthrough. All of the swordsmen nearby could not help but discuss. 1 mile away, the elder in black robes mumbled to himself, "No matter how powerful the sword intent is, it will be destroyed one day. It seems like this Battle King's sword intent is going to disappear soon." Song Yen chuckled. "It is already impressive for it to exist for 500 years. Sword Elder, do you know what level the Battle King's sword intent has reached?" "Unpredictable. Unpredictable. It is almost at the level of the natural law." "Almost at the natural law? So horrifying." Song Yen gasped. The natural law was something that only life and death realm warriors could learn. According to the legends, once one learned the natural law, he or she would be able to reach another realm, one that was beyond the life and death realm. Unfortunately, no one had ever learned the natural law. If the Battle King's level was close to the natural law, then why had he not become an emperor yet? I do not know why, but the fact that the Battle King's sword intent could exist for 500 years means that it is already close to the natural law. Perhaps our cultivation is still too low, and there is still a huge gap between us and the Battle King. Once we fill this gap, we will be able to touch the Battle King realm. Song Yen nodded. Indeed, they were the top of the astral-reaching realm warriors, but compared to the Battle King, they were just like ants. Talking about high-level stuff with the status of ants was already extremely ridiculous. Letting out a breath, Song Yen raised his head and looked at the crack. This crack had only appeared last year. The Natural Moat Gorge and the Battle King's sword intent would indeed not last for too long. 3 to 5 years at the slowest, and 1.5 years at the fastest, the Battle King's sword intent would disappear for sure. We should take this opportunity to learn more about the sword intent and collect some sword-shaped plants. Yeah, that makes sense. The 2 calmed down and sank into the state of learning. Crack, crack, boom. Just when the 2 of them were trying to comprehend the sword will, a huge crack suddenly appeared on the Natural Moat Gorge. The crack meandered and climbed all the way to the top of the gorge, reaching a height of 17,000 to 18,000 meters. The center of the crack was pitch black, like the mouth of a demon. The strong vibration woke everyone up. Another crack has appeared. The Sword Elder frowned. Song Yin sighed inwardly. Because of the existence of the Battle King's sword intent, the natural moat gorge had already become the holy land for sword artists. But this holy land would also disappear in the near future. He did not know whether he should be sad or sad. Look, a huge amount of sword-shaped plants are flying out. So many. We have made it. Once the second crack was created, the violent vibration brought up the airflow, creating a strong whirlwind. Within the whirlwind, there were dozens of sword-shaped plants. They were all like sharp swords, shooting out with a shocking sword intent. They were as fast as lightning. The Sword Elder laughed. Song Yin, our luck is not bad. It has only been one day, and we have already found a huge amount of sword-shaped plants. I only need 10. Song Yin's body flashed as he reached out his arms, trying to grab the plants nearby. This time, I am trying to reach the completion of my sword intent. 15 will be fine. The Sword Elder did not want to pass on the responsibility, so he started to fight for the other plants. Shoo! Not far away, a blue figure flew over at an extreme speed. Luckily, I made it in time. Another crack had appeared in the gorge. The blue figure was indeed Yi Chun. Right then, he saw the plants shooting out of the crack, so he would not waste any time. His speed increased to its limit, and within 2 flashes, he had already reached 1 mile away. What? Another sword artist with 90% sword intent. It is him. Half a month ago, people from the floating mountain martial school had come to find him. Many of the sword artists had recognized Yi Chun. As for Song Yin and the Sword Elder, they were also shocked. After seeing the face of the person who had just arrived, Song Yin was even more shocked. Brother Yi, I did not expect you to reach 90% sword intent from 70% sword intent in just 2 years. Congratulations! Hearing him, the Sword Elder's eyebrows flicked. This person is indeed the #1 martial genius of the South River region, Yi Chun. No wonder he has such a horrifying sword intent. No, this sword intent is not a normal 90% sword intent. The Sword Elder was extremely shocked. Even his speed of getting the plants had slowed down a bit, because he had sensed something similar to the Battle King's sword intent from Yi Chen's sword intent. With the 3 plants in his hands, Yi Chen continued to fight. He said, Senior Song Yin, long time no see. What is going on with this crack? Back then, the Sky Pillar Mountain had been sliced open by the Battle King's sword attack. A lot of places had been shaken up, but because the sword intent had always been in a rich state, it had the effect of toughening the rocks. Now that the Battle King's sword intent has been weakening, the gorge is about to collapse as well. This crack is a sign of it collapsing. I see. Yi Chen had always been confused. Since he could get the plants here, why did Song Yin still want to fight for them in the auction? It seemed like when the auction was held in the Gold Tripod City, the crack had not appeared yet, so the sword intent had to be trained on the river on both sides of the gorge. On top of the gorge, all of the top warriors from all of the martial institutions were shocked. Not good. Another crack has appeared. The day of the gorge collapsing is not far away. A lot of people are fighting for the plants down there, which belong to all of us. If I have guessed it right, there will be more cracks appearing in the coming days. By then, there will be even more plants flying out. If we do not do something soon, it will be a huge loss. Tell the others to lock down the gorge and get rid of these sword artists. I have been annoyed by these sword artists for a long time. Shoo, 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 shoo. Soon, dozens of astral-reaching realm warriors flew down from the top of the gorge. Some of them yelled, "This place has been locked down. Everyone, leave. If you do not leave, we will kill you." The dozens of astral-reaching realm warriors were still at the front. Soon, More astral-reaching realm warriors arrived. There were no less than 500 of them, since there were more powerful martial institutions stationed at the top of the gorge than the sword artists on the scene. As they were talking, all of the powerful martial institutions started to chase the people away. Their powerful Zhen Yuan vibration gathered together, looking like a tsunami that could shatter the sky and crack the ground. So aggressive! How dare they chase us away? The natural moat gorge was created by the Battle King. If we are talking about the owner, it would be the Battle King and his descendants. They have been ruling the gorge for a long time, and now they want to chase us away. All of the sword artists on the scene were very angry. Chapter 328. Boom, boom, boom. Huge holes that were dozens of meters deep appeared on the ground. That horrifying Zhen Yuan flow had brought up the natural Yuan Qi, bringing up a horrifying Qi wave, forcing all of the sword artists to leave the place. So aggressive! The sword elder had almost been hit by a Zhen Yuan flow, his face turning black. Song Yan's luck was not so good, as his clothes had been torn apart by the Qi wave, revealing the low-rank inner armor underneath. The 13th plant. Activating his Zhen Yuan, Yi Chen's body flashed as he grabbed onto the 13th plant, preparing to leave. Huh! How dare you try to steal the plant right under our noses? Make him spit out all of the plants. 7 to 8 astral-reaching realm warriors had noticed Yi Chen, so they all rushed over, each throwing out a horrifying Zhen Yuan flow. Yi Chen frowned as he took out his Star Scar sword, using his green lotus flower seizing seal to block out the incoming attack. How dare you? How dare you fight back? Hand over all of the plants, and we will let you live. These people saw that Yi Chen had blocked out their attacks so easily, so they were quite shocked. Although there were only 2 mid-astral reaching realm warriors among them, their combined power was so powerful that even late astral reaching realm warriors would not dare to take it head-on. However, Yi Chen had managed to take it all with one attack. With the advantage in numbers, the 2 leading warriors had a dark look on their faces as they pointed at Yi Chen and yelled. Backing out to the safe area, Yi Chen stood on the ground and said with a cold voice, "I have no problem with you locking down the natural moat gorge, but I will not hand over the plants. Even if you don't want to, you will have to. Don't force us to kill you." Yi Chen squeezed his eyes slightly. To be honest, as long as Sea of Souls realm warriors did not show up, he would not be afraid of anyone. Right now, his sword intent had already reached 93%, and because it contained the immortal mentality, it was almost equivalent to the completed sword intent. He was confident that he could beat Jin Huang even if he ran into him. Although there were a lot of powerful martial artists stationed in the canyon, as long as they did not surround him, they would not be able to do anything to him. Therefore, asking him to hand over the plants would be a pipe dream, not to mention the fact that they would be useful to him. Even if they were not, he would not hand them over. Just as Yi Chen was about to attack, the ghost head took a step out. "You guys don't push it too far. I, the sword head, have been in the South Rudra region for so many years, and even the leaders of rank 7 martial institutions would have to be polite to me. Who do you think you are? How dare you yell at me like this? Who attacked me before? Are you blind?" "What? It's Sword Elder, one of the top 10 sword artists in the astral reaching realm, the Sword Elder, and the one right next to him seems to be Song Yan, right? Although Song Yan is not in the top 10 sword artists, but he is still one of the top 10 sword artists." The few of them were a bit scared. The Sword Elder was a loner, without any family or friends. His own power was horrifying, and he was ranked at the top of the top 10 sword artists. Below the Sea of Souls realm, there were barely any powerful warriors who could compete with him. Therefore, most of the time, Rank 7 martial institutions would not dare to mess with the Sword Elder, since there would not be any Sea of Souls realm warriors in the martial institutions. If they messed with the Sword Elder, he could easily kill a couple of people and then run away, then come back in a few days to kill more people. Without a certain amount of astral-reaching realm warriors, it would be impossible to kill him. If it were only these, then it would not be a big deal. A few years ago, there was a powerful sword artist who was called the Blood Sword Artist. Just like the Sword Elder, he was one of the top 10 sword artists in the astral-reaching realm. At that time, a master of a rank 7 martial institution had bullied others and was killed by the Blood Sword Artist. The leader of the rank 7 martial institution was furious and sent out a lot of astral-reaching realm warriors to chase after the Blood Sword Artist. However, the Blood Sword Artist's battling power was extremely powerful. He fought while running and eventually killed a lot of his pursuers. The leader of the rank 7 martial institution regretted it. The number of astral-reaching realm warriors in a rank 7 martial institution was limited, and a lot of them had been killed by the Blood Sword Artist. Their overall power had dropped drastically, and it would not be worth it. However, it would be impossible for him to let go of his pride, so he could only send out a notice asking the Blood Sword Artist to come and apologize. However, who was the Blood Sword Artist? He was a famous brutal warrior in the whole South River region. His killing intent was extremely heavy. As long as he did not cause any trouble, it would be fine. But if he did, he would exhaust you to death. In the past 2 years, the rank 7 martial institutions that had messed with the Blood Sword Artist had been forced to hide in their martial institutions, not daring to go out. Their disciples had left the martial institutions one after another, and a lot of the masters could not stand it either. Some of them had left the martial institutions, while others had joined other martial institutions. Not long after, this rank 7 martial institution had fallen completely and was forced to become a rank 8 martial institution. One had to admit that the Blood Sword Artist was too brutal. He had messed up the martial institutions, but he still did not want to let it go. Finally, one day, he sneaked in and killed the leader of the martial institution. Then, he started a massacre, killing all of the astral-reaching realm warriors in the martial institutions, completing the miracle of one man destroying a martial institution. It was the first time in hundreds of years that something like this had happened. With the example of the Blood Sword Artist, all of the rank 7 martial institutions had come to the same conclusion: never mess with an astral-reaching realm warrior with super powerful battling power, unless you had the confidence to kill him with one attack. Otherwise, if he did not die, then the future would be hard to live. The martial institutions that they were in might become the second sacrifice in hundreds of years. It is the Sword Elder. We were blind and could not recognize you. Please forgive us. The attitude of the group of people had changed drastically as they cupped their fists and apologized. Right next to the Sword Elder, Song Yen snorted, "My brother, ye had already left that area, yet you still dared to chase after him. I am not afraid to tell you that his battling power is not weaker than mine. Even if he killed you, your martial institutions might not be able to do anything about it." Song Yen did not know what level Yi Chen's battling power was at, but he had a feeling that Yi Chen's battling power might not be weaker than his, and might even be above it. It could be seen from the Sword Elder's shocked expression. Plus, Yi Chen was the #1 martial genius in the whole South River region. As a top martial genius, how could he only have sword intent as his ace? His sword movements and poetic perspectives were equally horrifying. Not weaker than Song Yen. The few of them looked at each other. Who was Song Yen? Even if he was not one of the top 10 astral-reaching realm sword artists, he should at least be in the top 20. He was listed as a second-class warrior by the rank 7 martial institutions, and Yi Chen's power was not weaker than him. did it not mean that he was also a second-class warrior by the rank 7 martial institutions? Sorry. The leader of the group took a deep breath, feeling extremely regretful. Judging from Yi Chen's tough tone, Song Yan's words might not be fake. Compared to his life, what was an apology? He was afraid that he would be too shy and refuse to admit his mistake, which would make him a powerful enemy. Putting away his sword in tent, Yi Chen looked very calm. He did not accept the apology, but he did not reject it either. The sword elder opened his mouth. All right, you guys go and remind the others not to push it too far. The sword-shaped plant belongs to the individual. Yes, then we will leave now. The few of them were still afraid of the sword elder. It was easy to tell that the sword elder and Song Yan were good friends. Song Yan had called Yi Chen Brother Yi, which meant that they were quite close. Waiting until the few of them left, the sword elder turned around and smiled at Yi Chen. This is how the South Rudra region is. Only the powerful ones are respected. Don't think that they have martial institutions behind them. As long as it is not a rank 6 martial institution, they would not dare to yell at me. Blood Sword is an example right there. Yi Chen held his fists towards Song Yan and the sword elder. Thank you for your help, seniors. Without their help, Yi Chen would have been fine as well. But those were two different things, and it had nothing to do with his battling power. He would still have to thank them, since he was not someone who did not know what was good for him. At the same time, he had also learned about the power of the top 10 sword artists in the astral reaching realm. Even the powerful warriors from rank 7 martial institutions would not dare to mess with them. If he wanted to reach that level, he would have to show enough battling power. Otherwise, he would not be able to win the approval of the whole world. Just like the sword elder had said, in the South Rudra region, only the powerful ones were respected. Who had the bigger fist would be the most powerful one. Everything would be decided by power. The sword elder shook his head with a smile. Your potential is way more powerful than mine. I am just the icing on the cake. It seems like Song Yan thinks very highly of you. Song Yan introduced to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, this is one of the famous top 10 sword artists in the astral reaching realm, the sword elder. He is the teacher who guided me on the path of a sword artist. The three of them were all sword artists, so they had a lot of topics to talk about. With the sword elder's warning, all of the powerful martial institutions that were stationed in the natural moat gorge started to behave themselves. No one tried to kick them out again. Although those sword artists were not happy about it, they knew that there were too many of them, and they had the support of their martial institutions, which was not something they could compete with. So, they left the gorge one by one. In the afternoon, Yi Chen and the sword elder said goodbye to Song Yan. Seniors, I still have to go to the martial city. I will say goodbye for now. The sword elder nodded. Young man, it is better to be busy. When you have time, we can catch up. Your understanding of the sword art is very unique, and it has helped me a lot. The sword elder's experience has also helped Yi Chen a lot. If there is a chance, I will definitely come and visit. I will wait for you. After separating from the two, Yi Chen did not stop and headed towards the martial city. This time, Yi Chen was going to the martial city for no other reason than to find some great medicines to increase his cultivation. Right now, his cultivation had already been stabilized, and he could definitely reach the peak level of early astral reaching realm. Once he reached that level, his battling power would definitely increase by a small level, which would be very useful to him. He knew very well that his battling power was not as powerful as the sword elder yet, and not as powerful as the top 10 sword artists in the astral reaching realm. To be able to be in the top 10, one's cultivation would have to be at least at the late astral reaching realm, and the martial arts and sword arts that they trained would have to be at least high-rank earth realm. Their sword intent would also have to be at least 90%. All in all, their battling power would be amazing. Even if Yi Chun had a lot of advantages, he would still not be able to compete with them. Of course, the only thing that Yi Chun lacked was his cultivation, which was relatively easy to increase, since it was where his potential lied. Secondly, he had gotten 13 sword-shaped plants this time, which would be perfect for him to train his sword intent in the training room in the martial city, which would be more peaceful than anywhere else. Although I am not alone, and I am not as free as the Sword Elder and the Blood Sword Artist who are able to fight against rank 7 martial institutions without any worries, but with that powerful man and the South Rudra Martial School, the Sky Cloud Martial School, and the Yi family are pretty safe. Once my power reaches the level of the top 10 astral-reaching realm sword artists, there would be very few things in the South Rudra region that could threaten me. Yi Chun kept thinking and thinking about other things at the same time. A couple of days later, Yi Chun arrived at the martial city. Without stopping, he walked straight to the trading palace in the inner city. Chapter 329. The trading palace had always been very popular, and it would always be packed with people. In the entire South Rudra region, only the martial city's trading palace had the most treasures and spirit plants. Although the other big countries also had similar cities for warriors, they were still not as good as the martial city. Mid-rank great weapon, light spear, obtained from the Blood Demon battlefield in the Star Region Lake. The starting price is 30,000 mid-rank soul stones. The highest bidder wins. Once he entered the trading palace, Yi Chun saw someone selling a mid-rank great weapon. It was a long spear with a colorful light. The tip of the spear was shining with a cold light, giving people a feeling that it was indestructible. It was definitely one of the top mid-rank great weapons. What? A mid-rank great weapon? Let's go check it out. How could the things from the Blood Demon battlefield be bad? That place is full of danger and opportunities. There are unimaginable treasures there. The seller yelled out casually. Immediately, 4 to 5 astral-reaching realm warriors surrounded him. Blood Demon battlefield. Yi Chun had heard about the Blood Demon battlefield before. It was said that it was just like the Heavenly Dream ancient region, which had existed since the ancient era. There were a lot of blood demons inside, which were divided into low-rank blood demons, low-rank blood demons, middle-rank blood demons, top-rank blood demons, and the extremely horrifying blood demon generals and blood demon kings. Blood Demon battlefield was more like a small space than a battlefield. Of course, this small space was way bigger than the Heavenly Dream ancient region, and it was divided into 2 layers. The first layer was for low-rank blood demons and middle-rank blood demons, while the second layer was for mid-rank blood demons and top-rank blood demons. Although it is a bit troublesome, after I reach the astral-reaching realm, I will still need to change my Star Scar sword. Blood Demon battlefield will be my second destination. After making up his mind, Yi Chun decided to go to the Blood Demon battlefield to find a mid-rank greatsword. A mid-rank greatsword would be able to increase the attacking power by 30 to 40%, which was a must-have for all astral-reaching realm sword artists. The trading palace was huge. It was miles in radius, almost as big as a small town. It's an alchemist. Arriving at the center of the trading hall, Yi Chun's gaze landed on a white-bearded old man. The old man was dressed in a long robe that had an alchemy cauldron embroidered on it. With a single glance, one could tell that it was the unique clothing of an alchemist. In front of him, there was a crystal counter with all sorts of pills on it. There were pills to recover Jin Yuan, pills to mend meridians, pills to speed up the recovery of Jin Yuan, and there was even a thumb-sized unknown pill that shone with starlight. There were quite a lot of astral-reaching realm warriors in front of the crystal counter. They were all very respectful, not daring to make any noise. From this, one could tell that this alchemist in his 60s was not a simple person. Pill Elder, give me a bottle of miraculous spirit pills for repairing meridians. Pill Elder, I still owe you 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones from last time. I'll pay you back in one lump sum. As they spoke, Yichun walked over. Is this the Earth Star pill? Yichun pointed at the thumb-sized pill on the crystal counter and asked. The old man nodded. Indeed, the Earth Star pill can increase the cultivation of astral-reaching realm warriors, but it cannot help them make a breakthrough. Little friend, do you want to buy it? Yichun looked at the price. 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones for one was indeed expensive, but he did not care. In this world where power was everything, everything had to be for the sake of improving one's power. Give me 5 of them, and 2 bottles of each of the other 3 types of pills. The Pill Elder was a bit surprised. Seeing that Yichun was so young, he seemed to be quite rich. With all these pills added together, it would be more than 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Of course, the more pills Yichun bought, the happier he would be. He smiled and said, 5 Earth Star pills would be 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 2 bottles of 7-star pills for recovering Zhenyuan would be 1,200 mid-grade spirit stones. 2 bottles of miraculous spirit pills for accelerating Zhenyuan recovery would be 1,500 mid-grade spirit stones. And 2 bottles of miraculous spirit pills for repairing meridians would be 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. In total, it would be 10,700 mid-grade spirit stones. Little friend, since this is your first time here, I won't take the 700 mid-grade spirit stones. Just 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones would be enough. All right, here you go. Yichun took out a box filled with mid-grade spirit stones from his storage ring and placed it on the floor in front of the Pill Elder. After the transaction, Yichun walked around for a bit. Seeing that there was nothing else that caught his eye, he left the trading palace and came to the training room lobby inside the city. In front of the platform was still the beautiful lady. It was her first time seeing such a young astral-reaching realm warrior. She felt that he looked familiar, but she was not sure. She said with respect, "Excuse me, would you like a high-ranked training room or a top-ranked training room?" The training rooms were divided into 4 ranks: low rank, mid-rank, high rank, and top rank. Among them, only astral-reaching realm warriors had the right to use the high rank and top rank. Below the astral-reaching realm, no matter how many spirit stones one had, one would not be able to go in and train. This was the rule of the martial city. Yichun said, "How much for a top-ranked training room?" The top-ranked training room would cost 30,000 low-rank spirit stones a day. If you pay with mid-rank spirit stones, it would be 500. The lady answered honestly, "Pay the low-rank spirit stones. These are the spirit stones for 3 days." Yichun thought about it and decided to pay the low-rank spirit stones. Although paying with mid-rank spirit stones seemed a bit cheaper, since 500 mid-rank spirit stones were equivalent to 25,000 low-rank spirit stones. For him, there were not many opportunities for him to use low-rank spirit stones. Mid-rank spirit stones were very useful. Sometimes 50 low-rank spirit stones might not even be enough for 1 mid-rank spirit stone. Of course, for most of the astral-reaching realm warriors, Yichun's mid-rank spirit stones were shocking. After killing 5 astral-reaching realm warriors, he had gotten 100,000 mid-rank spirit stones. Adding his own, he had 160,000 mid-rank spirit stones in total. He had just spent 10,000 on the pellets, so he still had 150,000 left. In comparison, Yichun had even more low-rank spirit stones, which were piled up like a mountain. He had gotten more than 1 million low-rank spirit stones from the 5 astral-reaching realm warriors. Adding his own, it had reached 3,500,000. It was a frightening amount of wealth, even richer than a rank 9 martial school, and comparable to some of the weaker rank 8 martial schools. Taking the jade tag, Yi Chun was led to the training room area in the back by the attendant. 30,000 low-rank spirit stones a day. That would be 300,000 low-rank spirit stones in 10 days. This training room is quite profitable. While thinking, Yi Chun arrived outside a courtyard. This is the third top-ranked training room. Sir, please come in. The attendant opened the door for Yi Chun and bowed respectfully. Yi Chun nodded and took out 30 low-rank spirit stones, throwing them to the attendant. This is your tip. Thank you. The attendant was very excited. The top-ranked training room was a bit wider than the mid-ranked training room. Once he entered, Yi Chun could feel the temperature around him rising. However, staying inside did not make him feel hot at all. On the contrary, his body felt very warm, and his slowly circulating Zhen Yuan started to boil. As his soul power spread out, Yi Chun could see the value of the top-rank training room. The qi rising from the ground was not light red, but dark red, which was way more than the mid-rank training room. The materials on the walls were not simple either. Once the dark red qi touched it, it bounced back immediately, moving closer to the center of the training room, forming an extremely dense spherical area. The fire qi of the earth evil Zhen qi is more than 10 times denser than the mid-rank training room. It is indeed a top-rank training room. I wonder what it would be like to train near the earth evil Zhen fire. Slowly letting out a breath, Yi Chun sat on the cushion in the middle of the training room with his eyes slightly closed, entering the training mode. After a while, he opened his eyes. It seems like I only need one earth astral pellet. I was already not far from the peak level early astral reaching realm. Combined with this top-ranked training room, it would be much easier. Taking out the thumb-sized earth astral pellet, Yi Chun stuffed it into his mouth. 3 days later, Yi Chun had reached the peak level early astral reaching realm as he wished. His Zhen Yuan was 50% denser than 3 days ago, but the purity did not increase much, since the purity would increase along with the realm. Going from the early astral reaching realm to the peak level did not count as a realm increase. The earth astral pellet is indeed mysterious. Besides not being able to help me make a breakthrough, it has a huge effect on increasing my cultivation, saving me a lot of time. Continuing to train was already useless, since reaching the mid-astral reaching realm was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Next, Yi Chun's target was the sword intent. The training field of the top-ranked training room was extremely vast. From east to west, it was 300 to 400 meters long, which was much bigger than a big family's yard. Absorbing the sword intent from the sword-shaped plant, Yi Chun held the broken Battle Emperor's sword and threw out a sword attack onto the training column in front of him. Swoosh! The material of the training column was close to a low-rank great weapon, and it only left a 3-inch deep sword mark. The Immortal sword intent spread out with the sword mark as the center. The good thing was that it was not too wide, and it did not go beyond the training field. Otherwise, it would cause some trouble. Being covered by the sword intent, Yi Chun calmed himself down and started to train. Soon, half a month had passed. Yi Chun opened his eyes. Just as I expected, the closer I am to the completion, the harder it is to train. During this half a month, I have used up 8 sword-shaped plants in total, but it only increased my sword intent from 93% to 95%. I wonder how many sword-shaped plants I will need to fill up the remaining gap. Without much hesitation, Yi Chun continued to take out the sword-shaped plants. 7 days passed. There are only 2 sword-shaped plants left. There is no chance for me to reach the completion. Forcing a smile, Yi Chun shook his head. Although he had prepared for it, the difficulty of training the sword intent was still beyond his expectation. No wonder the Sword Elder, who was one of the top 10 sword artists in the South River region, was still stuck at 90% sword intent. He wondered who among the other 9 sword artists had reached the completion and who had learned the completed sword intent. Only by reaching the completed sword intent would one be able to reach the higher realms. The last 2 sword-shaped plants had finally been used up. Right now, Yi Chen's sword intent had stopped at 97%, which was only a tiny bit away from the completion. And this tiny bit would take a lot of years to reach. But of course, Yi Chen's sword intent contained the immortal mentality, which could compete with the completed sword intent, which was his advantage. It is time to leave. Next stop, the Blood Demon battlefield in the Star Region Lake. After resting for a day, Yi Chen had stayed in the top-ranked training room for a whole month. He had paid 900,000 low-rank soul stones, but the good thing was that it was worth it. Right now, he only needed an opportunity to reach the mid-astral reaching realm. Chapter 3:30. How many days has it been since he left? Whistling Wind Restaurant was one of the top restaurants in Marshall City. In a private room on the 3rd floor, 7 or 8 astral reaching experts were sitting. The one leading them was Floating Mountain Sect's core elder, Taoist Jin Huang. He wore a long gray robe with golden threads embroidered on the edges. At this moment, he glanced around and asked the astral reaching expert in front of him. 3 days. This person was one of the astral reaching experts following Yi Chen. Half a month ago, he found out that Yi Chen had arrived in Marshall City and immediately sent a message to Taoist Jin Huang. Taoist Jin Huang's gaze turned cold. He didn't expect that Yi Chen would be so eager to die, choosing to leave Windy Nation right after entering astral reaching realm. However, it was exactly what he wanted. If Yi Chen had stayed in Windy Nation, he wouldn't have been able to do anything. The owner of the sky-covering hand was not someone he could contend with. Even if he had the guts, he wouldn't dare to provoke the other party. The soul-chasing bird should have followed him. Yes, as long as the soul-chasing bird is here, even if that kid runs to the ends of the earth, he won't be able to escape from 6th Elder's pursuit. Taoist Jin Huang was ranked 6th among the core elders of Floating Mountain Sect. Therefore, everyone called him Elder Jin Huang or 6th Elder. Good, very good. This time, he won't be able to escape death. Taoist Jin Huang laughed loudly. The soul-chasing bird was a strange bird raised by Floating Mountain Sect. Although it was only the size of a palm, it had a speed of 1,000 meters per second. As long as it smelled one's aura, it would be able to sense one's existence within 100 li. With the soul-chasing bird following Yi Chen, the matter was already half done. The remaining half would be left to him. Thinking of this, Taoist Jin Huang felt extremely happy. Yi Chen was like a knot in his heart, a heart devil. If he didn't eliminate him, he would never be able to calm down and cultivate in seclusion. He was very clear that with Yi Chen's talent, given 3 to 5 years, he might truly become a threat to him. Therefore, he had to eliminate him as soon as possible. Fortunately, he wasn't far from his goal. Star Regional Lake. It was one of the top few super lakes in the true Spirit Continent. Its surface area was even bigger than the Black Dragon Empire, the Ice Crystal Empire, and the Gray Mystery Nation combined. It extended all the way to the center of the Misty Snow region, bordering the Wavy Cloud region and the Thunder region. The Star Regional Lake had been an extremely mysterious place since the ancient times. There were a lot of forbidden places inside, some of which even life and death realm warriors would not dare to underestimate. The Blood Demon battlefield was still within the South River region. It was a small forbidden area at the edge of the Star Regional Lake. For clasping Yuan and astral reaching experts, the danger level was extremely high. Out of 3 people who entered, only one would be able to come out alive. Beneath the clouds, a streak of light streaked past. Taoist Jin Huang and I are irreconcilable. If he doesn't die, then I will. I don't want to go to the Wong family on the Snake Island. It will bring them a disaster. Let's go straight to the Blood Demon battlefield. Yichen originally wanted to go to the Snake Island and see what had happened to Wong's snake, but he immediately gave up on this idea. Before taking care of Taoist Jin Huang, it would be best not to meet anyone, unless that person's background and power were powerful enough. Amidst the boundless sky and water, Yi Chen increased his speed to 70%, flying toward the Bloodstone Islands that were hundreds of thousands of li away. Why do I feel like I'm being followed? Ever since leaving the Martial City, Yi Chen had felt that something was wrong. As for what exactly was wrong, he didn't know, but as time passed, this kind of suspicion grew deeper and deeper, lingering in his heart. Until now, he was sure that something had indeed happened to him. I'd like to see who's following me. Yi Chen suddenly turned around. The green lotus Zhen Yuan inside his body burned fiercely, exploding his speed to the limit as he sprinted in the opposite direction. Within a moment, he had reached an astonishing distance of more than 1,000 meters, leaving a faint black trail in the void. After sprinting for dozens of li, Yi Chen released his soul power, spreading it out in a fan shape, covering the entire area in front of him. It's a bird! Within his soul power perception, a palm-sized bird that seemed to be made of black iron appeared in his mind. The bird seemed to be a bit surprised by his sudden turnaround, and immediately flew in another direction like a black lightning bolt. Humph! Die! Yi Chen finally knew the reason. This black bird actually had the ability to follow his aura. It had been following him for dozens of li, which was a distance that he couldn't sense with his soul power. Fortunately, he suddenly had an idea. He suddenly turned around and increased his speed, shortening the distance. The Star Scar sword was unsheathed, and a circular sword chi sliced through the void. The sword chi's speed was much faster than the blackbird's flying speed. In a few breaths' time, it had caught up to the bird. The powerful sword pressure turned the entire area into a vacuum world. Then, the sword chi flickered and heavily slashed out. Crack! The blackbird's defense was not bad, but unfortunately, Yi Chen's attack was not something it could handle. Its feathers were shattered into pieces and were cut in half. Several hundred li away, an astral-reaching expert's complexion changed greatly. What? The soul-chasing bird has fallen? Who killed it? Could it be Yi Chen? Impossible. He absolutely couldn't sense the soul-chasing bird's existence. Perhaps it was killed by a passing expert. Damn it! This kid's luck is too good. He was the breeder of the soul-chasing bird, so he had a subtle connection with it. Therefore, as soon as the bird was in danger, he immediately knew. This place is less than 10,000 li away from the Blood Demon battlefield. If I'm not wrong, this kid is definitely going there to try his luck. Although the Blood Demon battlefield is extremely dangerous, it's hard to say if he can come out alive. I'd better go back and inform Elder Jin Huang first. Clenching his teeth, this person turned around and rushed in the direction of Martial City. After killing the blackbird, the uneasiness lingering in his heart completely disappeared. Yi Chen creased his brows. It's most likely Taoist Jin Huang's doing. All right, I can't wait for him to appear in front of me. At that time, I can thoroughly kill him and put an end to my heart demon. Yi Chen was Taoist Jin Huang's heart demon, and Taoist Jin Huang was also Yi Chen's heart demon. If the two wanted to continue advancing, they had to kill each other. One of them had to leave this world. The Blood Demon battlefield is also my battlefield. Letting out a heavy breath, Yi Chen's gaze turned cold as he once again flew in the direction of the Blood Demon battlefield. Bloodstone Islands, formed by a total of 36 islands, the majority of which were faintly blood-colored rocks. Therefore, they were called Bloodstone Islands. Each of the islands had an ancient stone gate. Inside the gate was a blood-red whirlpool that was dozens of meters tall, emitting a soul-stirring aura. At this moment, numerous martial artists had gathered on each of the islands. Most of them were clasping Yuan realm martial artists, and astral-reaching realm experts only made up about 5%. At the same time, there were also many martial artists arriving from all directions, forming a dense black mass. His figures streaking across the horizon, Yi Chun landed on the third island. He raised his head and saw many people entering the blood-red whirlpool, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 3:31. The number of martial artists on the third island reached several hundred. Some were waiting for people, some were forming teams, and some had just come out of Blood Demon Battlefield. They were narrating what had happened inside. Did you know? Mountain Splitter died in the second layer of Blood Demon Battlefield. What? It can't be. Mountain Splitter is a late astral reaching expert. Although his Mountain Splitter palm is a high-rank Earth-grade palm art, the power of its mentality is extremely rare. Even peak late astral reaching experts don't dare to provoke him. How could he die in the second layer? How could this be fake? I saw a high-ranked blood demon pass through his body with my own eyes, taking away all of his blood chi. Then, the blood demon turned into a pile of human skin and fell to the ground. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and ran away. That was how I managed to get out of the second floor. 2 deaths and 1 life. This blood demon battlefield is worthy of being one of the minor forbidden zones. Even someone as powerful as Mountain Splitter died, just like that. Sigh. Treasures are not that easy to obtain. One has to risk their life for it. In South Rudra region, astral reaching experts with mid-grade artifacts were few and far between. Everyone knew that mid-grade artifacts could be obtained in the Blood Demon Battlefield, but those who were truly determined to enter were few and far between. After all, they only had 1 life. If they died, they would truly die. No matter how many treasures they had, what use would it be? Generally speaking, there were 3 kinds of people who dared to enter the Blood Demon Battlefield. The first kind were those who possessed exceedingly high strength and didn't fear any environment. The second kind were those who were willing to take risks for the sake of increasing their strength. These kinds of people were few and far between. The last kind were those who dared to enter for the sake of vengeance. Seriously speaking, Yi Chun belonged to both the first and the second type. In terms of strength, apart from his slightly lacking cultivation base, he was at the peak in every aspect. All in all, his battle strength could be considered extremely powerful. Moreover, it could rise crazily at any time. In terms of mental quality, sword artists who comprehended sword intent always had a higher mental quality than other martial artists. Yi Chun was very clear that taking risks was necessary. Without experiencing 9 deaths and 1 life, the chances of stepping into life and death realm were minuscule. Life and death, these 2 words had too many meanings. The same teleportation, whirlpool. Clasping Yuan martial artists would be teleported to the first layer of Blood Demon Battlefield, while astral reaching experts would be teleported to the second layer. This should be differentiated by aura. I wonder where I would be teleported to. Swish. Taking a step forward, Yi Chun plunged into the blood-red vortex. Several 100,000 kilometers away from the Blood Demon Battlefield. Soul-chasing bird is dead. Hearing his subordinates report, Taoist Jin Huang's expression turned ugly. A murderous aura filled his face, making him look hideous and terrifying. Cold sweat dripped down the forehead of the astral-reaching expert, who raised the soul-chasing bird. He promptly said, "Sixth Elder, rest assured. When the soul-chasing bird died, that kid was less than 10,000 li away from the Blood Demon Battlefield. This subordinate is 80% certain that he went there in search of treasures." The Blood Demon Battlefield. look for the treasure. In the hands of an astral-reaching expert, a low-grade artifact will be damaged after being used for a long time. Especially in a confrontation with an expert, the chances of a low-grade artifact being damaged are even higher. In this case, he must get a mid-grade artifact. Otherwise, a sword artist would lose their weapon, and their battle power would be greatly reduced by at least 30%. However, with a mid-grade artifact, not only would he not have to worry about his weapon being damaged, his attack power would also increase by 30 to 40%. This is an irresistible temptation. You've done well. Taoist Jin, Huang's mood turned for the better. Letting out a sigh, the astral-reaching expert who raised the soul-chasing bird cautiously said, "Sixth Elder, there's no time to lose. Let's enter the blood demon battlefield together and kill him." That's natural. However, just in case, you guys assign people to guard the Bloodstone Islands. Elder Rock, and I will go in. Taoist Jin Huang was afraid that he wouldn't be able to find Yi Chen after entering the blood demon battlefield, so he let him slip out. As for Elder Rock, he was his assistant and had a similar cultivation base as him. With him by his side, killing Yi Chen would be as easy as flipping his hand. Yes, a blood-red whirlpool suddenly appeared, and a blue silhouette shot out from within. Its sharp aura was like an unsheathed sword cutting through the void. Fortunately, there's no danger. Yi Chen had heard more than once that some people, upon entering the blood demon battlefield, would be directly teleported to an area denser with blood demons. As soon as they appeared, they would be devoured cleanly by the blood demons. It was a tragic sight to behold. Therefore, when teleporting, he was already prepared to ignite his green lotus Shenyuan in an instant. With his feet firmly planted on the ground, Yi Chen looked around. This is the second layer of the blood demon battlefield. Blood-colored clouds, dark light, black and red mountain ranges, light red water, grass, trees, and the like. The boundless second layer of the blood demon battlefield was like an extremely desolate world. It was shrouded in a stifling atmosphere and indescribable panic. Zhen Yuan is being suppressed a bit. Circulating his Zhen Yuan, Yi Chen discovered that his originally flowing Zhen Yuan was a bit sluggish. This kind of sluggishness couldn't be discovered without careful observation. Only Yi Chen, who had a powerful soul power, could instantly discover that something was wrong. Others didn't notice anything at first. Yi Chen's brows slightly creased. Don't look down on this little bit of suppression. It might not have any effect on you at your peak, but once you're exhausted, this little bit of suppression would be like the last straw on a camel's back. It was enough to crush you. Seems like this world is indeed suitable for blood demons to live in. It won't be easy for human martial artists to survive here. Tightening the star scar sword on his waist, Yi Chen picked a direction and walked. He was currently in a mound. Walking out of the mound, he saw a black and red stone ridge. After walking a few steps, Yi Chen saw a dried-up human skin. An eerie aura lingered on it, as if a soul was crying. This is a good place. In this kind of eerie and frightening environment, my will would definitely be tempered. The stronger the will, the more powerful my sword intent would be. It would be inextinguishable. Turning a blind eye to his surroundings, Yi Chen straightened his back and walked forward step by step. Swish! A blood color suddenly seeped out from the rocks on the side. A blood light with distorted facial features darted out, sweeping towards Yi Chen, who was right in front of it. Break! This was only a mid-rank blood demon, which was equivalent to a clasping Yuan realm martial artist. Yi Chen didn't take out his sword. Instead, he clenched his right hand into a fist and punched out with the 5-mountain condensing form. Pung! The air vibrated. The 5-mountain godly fist's momentum was extremely heavy. As the fist punched out, the air became sticky like water, restricting the speed of the mid-rank blood demon. It was immediately crushed into pieces by the fist power, exploding with a bang and filling the air with a blood mist. This blood demon is really strange. It doesn't have a concrete body, but it can hide inside rocks and other objects. Its aura-concealing ability is quite high. After killing a mid-rank blood demon, Yichen didn't stop. His soul power spread out like a net, sensing the aura ripples of treasures. The stone ridge was huge, much bigger than ordinary large mountain ranges. After an hour, Yichen finally sensed a trace of treasure aura ripples. However, there were also astral-reaching experts' Zhen Yuan ripples. The ripples were rather chaotic, probably due to an intense battle. Let's go take a look. Circulating green lotus Zhen Yuan, Yichen instantly turned into a beam of light. His speed rapidly soared, soon reaching 2 times the speed of sound. In 10 blinks of an eye, Yichen landed on a low mountain peak. Looking down, he saw 2 astral-reaching experts teaming up against a high-rank blood demon. Qi energies shot out in all directions, flattening the nearby rocks and earth. A man and a woman, a high-rank blood demon, and a mid-grade artifact beside it. Yichen thought of countless possibilities. One of them was that these 2 astral-reaching experts had sensed the aura ripples of treasures and arrived here, only to be targeted by a high-rank blood demon. The man was at the peak of mid-astral-reaching realm, while the woman was at mid-astral-reaching realm. Moreover, this high-rank blood demon couldn't be considered a peak 1. It couldn't do anything to them, for the time being. Brother Liao, there's someone up there. The female astral-reaching expert shot a glance at Yichen's location and said with a frown. The male astral-reaching expert forced back the high-rank blood demon with a blade strike, then said, "Don't mind him. This high-rank blood demon is troublesome. Don't let it approach." The pressure on the 2 increased greatly. Those who chose to enter the blood demon battlefield weren't good people. Sometimes the threat from human experts was even more frightening than high-rank blood demons. At least, everyone knew that high-rank blood demons were enemies, while human experts could turn friends into enemies in an instant. The number of human experts who had died at the hands of the 2 was not few. However, they couldn't free themselves at the moment. Swish! All of a sudden, the high-rank blood demon abandoned its fight with the 2 and shot in Yichen's direction. In its opinion, Yichen's Zhen Yuan ripples were clearly weaker than the 2's. He should be easy to deal with. The man and the woman who picked up the mid-grade artifact exchanged a glance. They were husband and wife, and rarely had a falling out. They were no exception. At this moment, the 2 had the same thought. With Yichen's death, the storage ring would belong to them. They were well aware of how frightening high-rank blood demons were. On the low mountain peak, Yichen sneered. "Hee, it's been a long time since I've tasted the flesh and blood of human experts." The high-rank blood demon turned into a beam of crimson blood light and pierced forward. Its speed was much faster than a mid-astral-reaching expert. When the 2 were 10 meters apart, Yichen's sword left its sheath. The blue sword light was engraved with a sky-opening lotus as it cleaved apart the high-rank blood demon. What? So powerful! Not only were the 2 startled, but the high-rank blood demon was even more astonished. Its 2 halves quickly wriggled, continuing to attack Yichen from the left and right. Chi, 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 chi. Countless sword lights crisscrossed, forming a sword net. The moment the blood demon's 2 blood lights came into contact, they were shattered into pieces. Their intelligence scattered, and they quickly disappeared. Not good. Run. This person is an expert. The man pulled the woman's hand and fled into the distance, fearing that Yichen would catch up and kill them. Yichen faintly smiled. "If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't kill. He could understand the two's actions. In the blood demon battlefield, everyone was extremely vigilant. Those who weren't vigilant had long since become nourishment for the blood demons. Chapter 332. It had been 2 days since Yi-Chen arrived at the second floor of the blood demon battlefield. He had killed more than 30 mid-grade blood demons and 7 high-grade blood demons. Among them, there was a very powerful high-grade blood demon, roughly equivalent to a human late astral reaching expert, not much weaker than Corpse Man. Moreover, blood demons were different from humans. The higher their rank, the harder they were to kill. Even if one were to cut them into 7 or 8 pieces, they wouldn't die. Only by thoroughly scattering the blood demon would it be considered a true kill. Therefore, in situations of equal strength, it was usually the blood demons that killed the human powerhouses. The cases of human powerhouses killing blood demons were far too rare. The terror of the blood demon battlefield could only be understood by entering it personally. In these 2 days, I've obtained 3 low-grade artifacts, and not a single mid-grade artifact. Seems like finding a mid-grade artifact won't be that easy. Even if I find one, it might not suit me, and I can only sell it. Yi-Chen flew in the sky, neither too fast nor too slow. Having cultivated the restraining chi art, he wasn't too worried about becoming the target of the crowd. Of course, the restraining chi art's grade was too low at the astral reaching realm. It was still somewhat lacking compared to high-grade blood demons. Not far ahead, Yi-Chen saw an ancient stone gate. A blood-red whirlpool slowly revolved within the gate, appearing especially eye-catching against the black-red mountain rocks. Blood Demon Battlefield is said to have several hundred conveyor gates. This is my first time seeing one. Entering the Blood Demon Battlefield from the outside, one would sometimes appear out of thin air, and sometimes one would appear through these gates. There was no pattern to it. Yi-Chen had appeared out of thin air in the second floor. Flying over the gate, Yi-Chen continued to search for mid-grade artifacts. Buzz. Not long after Yi-Chen left, the blood-red whirlpool inside the gate sped up, and a human figure instantly shot out. He was wearing a black robe, and his complexion was pale and devoid of blood. No matter how one looked at it, it didn't seem to be his face at all. Jia, for human powerhouses, blood demons are very frightening. I, Corpse Man, have corpse blood on my body, which is simply not to the taste of blood demons. The man sneered as he took out a ghost face mask from his storage ring and put it on. Who else could it be but the Ghost Man? A blood-red color suddenly appeared on the ground near the stone door. As the blood-red light flashed, a mid-level blood demon jumped towards the Corpse Man. However, on the way, this mid-grade blood demon did not sense any chi and blood vibration from the Corpse Man. Therefore, it immediately stopped and wanted to retreat. Where are you going? Like a giant grasshopper, the Corpse Man leaped and appeared in front of the mid-grade blood devil, reaching out with his eagle-like claw. A shocking scene happened. The mid-grade blood devil, who had always been devouring other people's blood, soon shriveled up. It was devoured completely by the Corpse Man, leaving nothing behind. It is indeed a great tonic. The thicker the corpse blood, the stronger my recovery ability. The Corpse Man waved his left arm, which had been cut off by Yi-Chen, and laughed proudly. There was no day or night in the blood demon battlefield. Only by relying on the hourglass in his storage ring could Yi-Chen know how much time had passed. A day later, Yi-Chen arrived at the center of the rocky ridge. A mid-grade artifact's aura vibration? A mid-grade artifact could amplify an astral-reaching expert's attack power by 30 to 40%. The power contained within was enormous, and the aura vibration it emitted was naturally enormous as well. Generally speaking, If there was no one controlling it, the vibration produced by a mid-grade artifact could spread over 100 li. Of course, only astral reaching experts could sense it from 100 li away. Clasping Yuan experts would need to be 10 li away to sense it. Yi Chen's soul power was exceptionally powerful. He could sense this vibration from 100 li away. Swish! Circulating his Jun Yuan to the limit, Yi Chen shot towards the source of the vibration. Regardless of whether it was a mid-grade artifact or not, Yi Chen would not give up on a mid-grade artifact. After all, even the worst mid-grade artifact could be sold for 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones, which was an astonishing fortune for astral-reaching experts. Moreover, this mid-grade artifact didn't have any activity nearby, so it should be an ownerless object. Under Yi Chen's full speed, the 100 li distance only took 50 blinks of an eye. Over there, relying on his soul power, Yi Chen immediately sensed 2 mid-grade artifacts lying in the pit ahead. One was an axe, and the other was an inner armor. 2 mid-grade artifacts. I can use one of them as well. Yi Chen revealed a smile. He could sell the axe and keep the inner armor for his own use. A mid-grade offensive artifact was important, but a mid-grade defensive artifact was even more important. An ordinary mid-grade defensive artifact could amplify defense by 30%. A high-grade one could amplify up to 35%, and a peak one could amplify up to 40%. Yi Chen was sure that with this mid-grade defensive artifact, his protective Zhen Yuan's defensive power would be comparable to a late astral reaching expert's. And defense had always been Yi Chen's weakness. This is mine. The skilled were bold. Yi Chen wasn't afraid of the dangers waiting for him next to the pit. His figure flickered, flying straight over. Jia Jia, another one has come to die. In the pit, a blood shadow appeared. It was a high-grade blood demon. This high-grade blood demon was extremely confident. He didn't conceal his aura at all, letting his berserk and savage aura spread out, enveloping several hundred meters. He raised his head and cruelly looked at Yi Chen, as if the latter was already his tonic. What a powerful high-grade blood demon! Yi Chen sensed that this high-grade blood demon was a bit more powerful than the one he had killed. It was more or less equivalent to a peak late astral-reaching expert. As for blood demons using artifacts to attract human experts, this wasn't the first time Yi Chen had encountered one. Before reaching the rank of blood demon general, blood demons generally didn't use weapons. They themselves were frightening weapons. Their bodies would transform into a bloody light, and with a sweep, human experts of the same level wouldn't even have the leeway to resist. Their blood and qi would be devoured cleanly. Burn for me. Yi Chen sneered. Since he wasn't afraid of an ambush, he naturally had his own confidence. Burning fiercely with green lotus Zhen Yuan, Yi Chen turned into a human-shaped pillar of fire and shot toward the blood demon. Great! Your blood and qi are even more vigorous than late astral-reaching experts. You must have cultivated a body-refining technique. After devouring your blood and qi, I might be able to reach the limits of high-grade blood demons and have the opportunity to attack the rank of blood demon general. The high-grade blood demon licked its lips. As soon as Yi Chen ignited his Zhen Yuan, his blood and qi boiled, surging with essence qi. I'm afraid you won't be able to devour my blood and qi, and you'll pay for it yourself. Yi Chen's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived within 100 meters of the blood demon. Green lotus sky. As the sword slashed out, the air froze. Sharp streams of qi formed into green lotuses, enveloping the blood demon within. A strange sword move, but it's useless against me. Break. The blood demon roared and punched out. A river of bloody light rushed out, shattering the deathly stillness of the air. Kacha! The ground cracked as the high-grade blood demons eyes shone with an evil light. It raised its hand and lightly patted the void. Rumble! The air surged like boiling water, and a corrosive power erupted toward Yi Chun like a volcano, faintly taking the shape of a bloody head. Formidable! This high-grade blood demon has many attacking methods. Ordinary high-grade blood demons simply can't compare to it. Yi Chun didn't dare to be negligent. He raised the Starscar sword in front of his chest, and a several meters long green lotus appeared on the blade, protecting his whole body. Puchi, the green lotus, which had an extremely high defense, was corroded by more than half. Not bad. You can actually block my ace move. Let's see how you block it this time. The high-grade blood demon clasped his hands and suddenly pulled them apart. A half-moon-shaped bloody light arc appeared in front of his chest. The bloody light arc flickered incessantly, emitting a vigorous aura that dyed the air blood red. Go! Accumulating power in his palm, he patted the bloody light arc. Under the high-grade blood demon's urging, the bloody light arc flickered, as if it had teleported and strangely chopped toward Yi Chen's head. Why bother blocking? Just break it. Raising his left index finger, Yi Chun pointed at the bloody light arc Puchi. The deep green sword chi shot out like a waterfall and circled around the bloody light arc. The bloody light arc was split into two, and its power was greatly reduced. Destroy! Retracting his finger, Yi Chun punched at the broken bloody light arc. With a pung sound, the bloody light arc exploded. How is this possible? Not only can he release sword chi from his body, but his power is also so powerful. The high-grade blood demon's pupils shrank, feeling greatly surprised and troubled. Green Lotus Splitting Mountain. After destroying the bloody light arc with his left hand, Yi Chen's right hand did not remain idle. Holding the Starscar sword, he slashed out a sword light imprinted with the sky-opening green lotus. The sword light was frightening and arrived in an instant. The high-grade blood demon no longer had the attitude of controlling the whole situation. He hurriedly condensed a bloody skull-like shield in front of his body. The sound of something breaking was heard as the sword light forcefully broke through the skull-shaped shield. In the green lotus sword art, the power of the Green Lotus Mountain was the strongest out of the 3 ace attacks. It was only second to the last half of the 7th ace attack, the Green Lotus accumulation. Combined with the 90% sword intent, it was almost indestructible. The sword light broke through the shield and slashed through the high-grade blood demon's chest. Damn it! I wasted 2 mid-grade artifacts for nothing. The high-grade blood demon knew that he was not Yi Chen's opponent, so he turned into a bloody light and drilled into the ground. Yi Chen sneered. His soul power seeped into the ground and quickly found the high-grade blood demon's traces. Then he slashed down with another Green Lotus Splitting Mountain. Rumble! The ground split open like a canyon, revealing the pitch-black depths. The sword light, which had expanded to several hundred meters in length, smashed down with an unstoppable momentum, shattering the continuously fleeing high-grade blood demon. Ah! The high-grade blood demon's miserable shriek before its death resounded from the depths of the ground. It was mournful and frightening. After killing the high-grade blood demon, Yi Chen's gaze fell on the 2 mid-grade artifacts in the crater. His palm pulled them over. The axe was 1 meter long, and the handle was dark cyan in color, carved with patterns. The edge of the axe had a faint ring of white light. When his fingers touched the white light, he felt a stabbing pain. It was not hard to imagine what kind of might an astral-reaching expert would have when chopping down at an enemy with this axe. Putting away the axe, Yi Chen looked at the inner armor. The hardness of the armor was moderate, and its edges were carved with some fine patterns. On the pattern's lines, Thin streams of light shuttled back and forth like a Zhen Yuan map. The chest of the armor was a bit thicker, but it was enough to resist a large degree of damage. Chapter 333. And in an inconspicuous corner of the armor, there were 4 small ancient characters. Streamlight armor. The Streamlight armor is merely a defensive artifact. Logically speaking, its aura should be inferior to an offensive artifact and not so ostentatious. However, in comparison, the offensive artifact's aura is inferior to the Streamlight armor. It's at least a high-grade, mid-grade defensive artifact, and it might even be a peak mid-grade defensive artifact. Defensive artifacts of the same grade also had a difference in quality. If this Streamlight armor were to be sold, it would definitely be worth close to 40,000 mid-grade spirit stones, while the axe would be worth 35,000 mid-grade spirit stones, at most. Let's clear out the Zhen Yuan inside first. The Streamlight armor had already been used by someone, and the Zhen Yuan of that person remained inside, fusing with the armor's energy. If he wanted to use it properly, he would have to clear out the other party's Zhen Yuan. Of course, if he didn't clear it now, it would be cleared out in the future. It would just waste some time. The green lotus Zhen Yuan poured into the Streamlight armor through Yi Chen's palm. The armor glowed with a cyan radiance, with a faint yellow radiance. The yellow radiance faded bit by bit, and was eventually submerged by the cyan radiance. Done. Sensing that there was no other Zhen Yuan aura on the Streamlight armor, Yi Chen's Zhen Yuan shook, and the stains on the armor's surface automatically disintegrated, leaving not a single speck of dust on it. Only then did Yi Chen take off his outer blue clothes and put on the Streamlight armor. The size was just right. Buzz. The protective Zhen Yuan spread out, and the air vibrated. So powerful! It amplified my defense by about 37%. Although Yi Chen was a peak early astral reaching expert, his green lotus sword arts had already been cultivated to the 13th layer, and his Zhen Yuan was incomparably pure. It was equivalent to the defense of a peak mid-astral reaching expert. Now, with the amplification of the Streamlight armor, his protective Zhen Yuan had crossed a step, reaching the level of late astral reaching expert. Once my defense is up, my battle power will reach a whole new level. I'm very close to the level of the top 10 astral reaching realm sword artists. There were 3 basic factors that reflected the battling power: attack, defense, and speed. Yi Chen had rated himself as excellent attack, high defense, and high speed. High was the level of late astral reaching realm, while excellent was the level of peak level late astral reaching realm. Above excellent was the level of super, which was the level of top astral reaching realm warriors. For example, the Sword Elder's attack was at the super level. As for his defense and speed, they should be excellent, since the attack of sword artists had always been more powerful than their defense and speed. Of course, this was under normal circumstances. If he used the minor blood demon body, separating great art, Yi Chen's score would be even higher. His attack should be close to superior grade, his defense close to superior grade, and his speed close to superior grade. He would only be a few steps away from peak astral reaching experts. Unfortunately, as his cultivation increased, the effect of the minor blood demon body separating great art would decrease as well. Right now, it could only increase his battle power a bit. Once he reached mid-astral reaching realm, it would not have any effect at all. On the 4th day after Yi Chen entered the Blood Demon battlefield, a group of uninvited guests arrived at the Bloodstone Islands. Split into groups of 5 and stand guard on each of the islands. Once he comes out, immediately use the soul-chasing bird to follow him. Taoist Jin Huang could have arrived 2 days earlier, but in order to gather his men, he had to wait another 2 days. In order to kill Yi Chen, he had gone through a lot of trouble. Yes. Everyone listened to the order, nodding his head in satisfaction. Taoist Jin Huang said to the rock elder. Old rock, let's go in together. As long as that kid is still inside, there is an 80 to 90% chance that he will be able to reach the anti-demon fortress. This is our chance. The rock elder, who was about the same age as Taoist Jin Huang, sneered when he heard this. There are a total of 3 anti-demon fortresses in the second layer of the blood demon battlefield. If we have enough time, finding him won't be a problem. Our understanding of the blood demon battlefield is not something that ordinary people can compare with. Humph, he's courting death. Of all places, he just had to run into the blood demon battlefield. All right, let's go in. Whoosh. Taoist Jin Huang took the lead to rush into the blood-red vortex, and the rock elder followed closely behind. The closer they got to the center of the rocky ridge, the more frequently blood demons appeared. Yi Chun had seen blood demons devouring the flesh and blood of human powerhouses more than once. Facing this kind of situation, he would choose to ignore it and continue his journey of treasure hunting. If he encountered a blood demon that did not have eyes, he would kill it with a single sword strike. There was a flat peak at the center of the rocky ridge, and an extremely huge metal fortress was situated on the peak. From the outside, the metal fortress had a total of 4 layers. The lowest layer had the most windows, one right next to the other. The second layer had the second most windows, and there was a certain distance between them. The third layer only had 100 windows, and there were independent balconies. The fourth layer could be said to be luxurious. The independent balconies were incomparably huge, and it was quite imposing. However, there were less than 10 of them. The metal fortress was enveloped by a layer of milky white light. From time to time, humans would escape into the light cover, and the blood demons that were chasing after them would all be blocked outside the milky white light cover, returning without any success. Haha, come and kill me. After entering the light cover, the previously battered and exhausted human powerhouses stopped running. They turned around and burst into laughter, wantonly teasing the blood demons. The blood demon grimaced in pain. However, this light cover was not something that it could break. In fact, even thousands of blood demons would not be able to break this light cover. Humph, my brother died in your hands. Sooner or later, I will take revenge. The blood demons could not do anything to him, and he could not do anything to the blood demons either. Inside the light cover, he could not attack anything outside. After cursing for a while, he turned around and walked towards the gate of the fortress. Interesting. The second layer of the blood demon battlefield actually has this kind of metal fortress to protect human powerhouses. It is quite humane. Yi Chun was very clear about the cruelty of the blood demon battlefield. Human powerhouses were, after all, outsiders, and were suppressed by the heaven and earth. On the other hand, the blood demons appeared and disappeared mysteriously and were impossible to guard against. One was in the open, while the other was in the dark. Human powerhouses had a lot of casualties. As for the conveyor gates, there were only a few hundred of them, and their distribution was irregular. Moreover, near the conveyor gates, there were usually blood demons lying in ambush, which made it even more dangerous. Even if one were to teleport out, if one wanted to come back again in the future, it would be very likely that one would be teleported to a dangerous place. However, with the metal fortress, it would be different. One could go in and rest for a while and comprehend the experience gained from the bloody battles. With this fortress, staying in the blood demon battlefield for 1.5 years wouldn't be a problem. It is a place to nurture one through battles. Yi Chun took a step forward and flew towards the metal fortress. Swish! At least a few bloodlights swept towards Yi Chun. Die! Green Lotus Chi transformation. With a wave of the Star Scar sword, the illusory green lotus flickered, and dozens of sword chi shot out, tearing apart the bodies of the attacking blood demons. What a powerful human powerhouse! A high-rank blood demon stopped its momentum and let Yi Chun pass. The milky white light cover didn't repel humans. The moment Yi Chun passed through the light cover, he felt like he was being bathed in sunlight, feeling very warm. Swish! Landing on the ground, Yi Chun walked straight towards the fortress's gate. Outside the gate, a charming young woman saw Yi Chun. Her eyes brightened as she greeted him. "Sir, you look unfamiliar. Is this your first time coming to the Demon Defiance Fortress?" "Demon Defiance Fortress. Good name." Yi Chun nodded. "Yes. Are you the host of the Demon Defiance Fortress?" He felt a bit strange. "No, the Demon Defiance Fortress doesn't have a host. It doesn't belong to any power or individual." The young woman shook her head. "Then why do you want to host me?" The young woman forced a smile. "Sir, to be honest, I don't have any food left. I wonder if you can give me some food. I'm willing to exchange it with spirit stones." Exchanging spirit stones for food. Yi Chun was a bit flabbergasted. Outside, a low-rank spirit stone was worth more than 2,000 silvers, and 2,000 silvers could buy a lot of food. Even if it was good food, it could still be put on the table. Could it be that she hadn't gone out for a long time? No, she couldn't go out. If that was the case, it would explain why she was exchanging spirit stones for food. That's right, 10 mid-rank spirit stones for 100 gene of rice and some dried meat. How about it? The young woman's face was full of expectation. Astral reaching experts also needed to eat. In fact, although astral reaching experts would go into seclusion for a few months, they still needed to eat during that time. Moreover, their appetite was 10 times bigger than ordinary people's. Only by reaching the sea of Soul Realm would one be able to get rid of the problem of food. At this moment, Yi Chun was still pondering. The blood demon battlefield was extremely dangerous, and it was very possible that one wouldn't be able to come out, especially outside the fortress. There were a lot of powerful blood demons lying in ambush. The moment he entered, he had already suffered several attacks. If it were someone with a slightly weaker strength, they would have died immediately. Only powerful late astral reaching experts could come and go as they pleased. However, even late astral reaching experts couldn't guarantee their safety. If they encountered a peak high rank blood demon, they would also have a hard time escaping. Thinking of this, Yi Chun touched his back. There was a withered patch of skin there, caused by being besieged by several powerful high-rank blood demons. Although he had swallowed the blood sunflower, the blood demons not only devoured chi and blood, but also flesh and blood. It would take a while for him to recover. Fortunately, he now had the streamlight armor, which was somewhat of a guarantee. "Young master, have pity on me. I've stayed in the Demon Defiance Fortress for 2 years. It's not that I haven't thought of leaving, but those blood demons are extremely cunning. They've set up a lot of ambushes outside. Many people who go out die immediately. Only powerful late astral reaching experts have a glimmer of hope. And in these 2 years, I've used up all my spirit stones in order to exchange for food." The young woman looked very pitiful. Coming back to his senses, Yi Chun took out a bag of rice and a bag of dried meat from his storage ring and threw them to her. "I don't need your spirit stones, but you have to tell me about the Demon Defiance Fortress." Yi Chun had a funny thought. There must be a lot of astral reaching experts like the young woman in the fortress. If he could get some food and sell it, he should be able to make a lot of spirit stones. After all, he had a lot of storage rings on him, including a mid-grade one. Of course, this thought only flashed through his mind. The blood demon battlefield was also very dangerous for him, not to mention that he didn't have enough strength. Even if he did, he wouldn't do such a thing. He wasn't selling food, so it would be shameful. Then, he thought of another problem. This blood demon battlefield was definitely a trap. 2 out of 10 chances of survival was only an optimistic thought. Those who were lucky enough to get out through the conveyor gate would be fine, but those who didn't find the conveyor gate and arrived at the fortress would be trapped here for a long time. Good, good. Many thanks, young master. The young woman hurriedly put away the food and nodded happily. Chapter 334. The interior of the anti-demon fortress was very spacious. It was not that the first floor was big. In fact, the anti-demon fortress was hollow. Standing in the center of the bottom, one could see the second floor, the third floor, and the highest 4 floors. The edge of the corridor on each floor was surrounded by metal railings, so a huge cylinder could fill the interior of the anti-demon fortress. Speaking of the demon resistance fortress, I have to tell you about the origin of the blood demon battlefield. In fact, the blood demon battlefield is a space that was torn apart by someone. It has existed for a very long time, dating back to the ancient era. Walking on the metal floor, the young lady explained to Yi Chun. Yi Chun was astonished. A space that was torn apart by someone? As far as he knew, only life and death kings could tear apart space. Not to mention ordinary life and death kings. Even Su King would not be able to do it. No, the disparity was not that big. Even 100 Su Kings would not be able to do it. This was already beyond the realm of life and death. It should be known that the blood demon battlefield was not smaller than a mid-sized country. One could destroy it, but it would be impossible to tear it out of its original space. What was certain was that the ancient era was very different from the world after the ancient era. At least, the level of the experts was different. In the ancient era, life and death kings could be found everywhere. However, after the ancient era, true spirit continent was ruled by life and death kings. It was impossible for existences beyond life and death realm to exist. The young lady continued, and these demon resistance fortresses were built from that time. They are the bases for humans to fight against the blood demons. As for the light barrier outside the fortress, it is a life and death realm light barrier. Using it to defend against high-grade blood demons is a waste of resources. There is no need to worry about it breaking, and there is no need to worry about the energy supply. It seems to be able to absorb energy automatically and has never weakened. Life and death realm light barrier. Truly extravagant. Yi Chun clicked his tongue inwardly. If this light cover covered the sky above the sky cloud Marshall School, and the Yi family, no one below the life and death realm would be able to enter. Even normal life and death realm warriors might not be able to break through it. It would undoubtedly be an unimaginable safety guarantee. Of course, this was just a thought. Who would be able to move the light cover or the fortress to the outside world? The young lady pointed at the rooms on the first floor and said, "The demon-defying fortress allocates the rooms according to the strength. The weakest ones can only stay on the first floor, which is usually for early astral reaching realm warriors. The second floor is for mid-astral reaching realm warriors, and the third floor is for late astral reaching realm warriors. The fourth floor is for peak astral reaching realm warriors. However, there are 3 demon-defying fortresses in total, so there might not be that many astral reaching realm warriors. Therefore, a lot of the rooms are empty." Yi Chun asked, "The rooms are allocated based on strength. You decide it yourself?" The young woman smiled. "If you think you're strong enough to go to the second floor, then you can go. It's just that if you're really strong, then it's fine. If you're not, then you'll be blasted down and lose all face. So, in most cases, no one dares to try to climb up." This is interesting. Yi Chun rubbed his chin, thinking that it would not be a problem for him to stay on the third floor, unless the people on the third floor did not put Corpse Man and Jin Huang in their eyes. But the fourth floor, it was a bit of a stretch. The Sword Elder was qualified enough to stay there. Boom. Just as the young woman was explaining some things about the fortress to Yi Chen, a person suddenly fell down from the third floor, landing heavily on the ground. Huh, you're not strong enough, yet you still want to stay on the third floor? You're looking for death. Next to the railing of the third floor, a middle-aged man with a beard said with a cold expression, "Pooh." The man puked out a mouthful of blood after landing on the metal floor. He stood up and ran away with a red face. "I forgot to tell you," the young woman suddenly said, "the rooms in the fortress have the effect of speeding up training. The first floor is the weakest, and the fourth floor is the most powerful. Therefore, the powerful warriors living on the second floor and above do not allow anyone to go over. If they do, they might be blasted down or even killed. Fortunately, everyone is quite well behaved in the fortress, and killing is rare. After all, if it causes public anger, even powerful astral-reaching realm warriors could be killed. It's not like it hasn't happened before." Yi Chen nodded. Although his battling power was quite powerful, if there were dozens of mid-astral-reaching realm warriors attacking him, his life would still be in danger. "All right, thank you for telling me these things. I'm going to find a room to rest." Now that he had learned everything he needed to know, Yi Chen planned to rest for a while to recover his condition and body. The young woman laughed. "I'm staying in room 96 on the first floor. The room next to mine is empty. Why don't you stay here?" "Oh, right. My name is Su Lan. I wonder what your name is." In Su Lan's opinion, Yi Chen's Zhenyuan vibration was only at the peak level of early astral reaching realm, so he could only stay on the first floor. "Yi Chen, I'm planning to go upstairs." Yi Chen pointed at the third floor. Su Lan did not see it clearly, so she thought Yi Chen was pointing at the second floor. She frowned. "Although the training effect of the rooms on the second floor is quite good, what about you?" Normally, a peak-level early astral-reaching realm warrior would have a hard time winning against a mid-astral-reaching realm warrior, since there would be a huge difference in both quantity and quality of Zhenyuan. Yi Chen did not explain anything as he started to walk towards the stairs. "Ah, be careful." Su Lan shook her head as she thought to herself, "I am still too young after all. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. The higher the rank, the lower the possibility of a cross-realm battle." When she had reached the peak level early astral reaching realm, it was not that she did not want to go to the second floor, but she was still kicked out in the end. On the second floor, some of the mid-astral reaching realm warriors saw Yi Chen and were a bit surprised. However, they did not do anything too extreme, since a peak-level early astral-reaching realm warrior had beaten a mid-astral-reaching realm warrior before. Before understanding Yi Chen's true power, no one would dare to make any reckless moves. After a while, they would know whether he was a worm or a dragon. However, what shocked them was that Yi Chen did not stop at the second floor, but continued to walk towards the third floor. Is he crazy? The third floor is the place where late astral reaching realm warriors live. Even I would not dare to go up there. He is only a peak level early astral reaching realm warrior. He would be thrown out the moment he goes up. There would be no mercy at all. Perhaps he does not know the rules of the Demon Defiance Fort. Weren't we thrown out when we first came here? Let him suffer a bit. The warriors on the second floor were all waiting to see a joke. On the first floor, a lot of people were shocked, including Su Lan, who had not left yet. Her mouth was wide open as she forced a smile inwardly. "I have said so much. Did he not listen to me at all? Or did he have some kind of confidence?" Everything in the fort was made of metal. Walking on it made a crisp metallic sound. He had arrived at the third floor. Yi Chen stopped and looked around. If there are people living in the room, the gems on the door will shine. If the gems don't shine, it means there is no one living in it. Yeah, there is an empty room here. Under everyone's gaze, Yichen walked towards the number 12 room on the 3rd floor. Brat, who allowed you to come up here? The middle-aged man with sideburns stood in front of the door. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking at Yi Chun coldly. Yi Chun was not afraid of his aura at all. Isn't the rule of the demon defiance for that you can choose your room according to your power? I am powerful enough to live on the 3rd floor. You are powerful enough to live on the 3rd floor? The bearded man seemed to have heard something funny, so he laughed out loud. His white teeth shone with a cold light. I will give you one chance. Piss off. Otherwise, I will throw you down myself. Oh, yeah? Make sure again. Yi Chen's voice turned cold. His green lotus Jun, Yuan, exploded violently, along with his almost completed sword intent. The surreal air started to shake. Pap, pap, pap. The bearded man took 3 steps back. Yi Chen's green lotus Zhen Yuan was of a high quality, but it was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the latter's sword intent made him feel like he was suffocating. It was definitely more than 90% sword intent. No, it was close to completion. It was not that he had never encountered top astral reaching realm sword artists, such as the blood sword artist, who was an extremely powerful existence. However, the latter's sword intent was still not as powerful as the former's. If the latter's sword intent gave him the feeling of a surging tide, then Yi Chen's sword intent gave him the feeling of a stormy sea, which made it hard for him to breathe. Do I have the right? Yi Chen looked at him coldly. The bearded man let out a heavy breath. Yes, I have. All right then. Yi Chen was not the kind of person who would look for trouble. He did not want to do anything to the bearded man, so he brushed past him and entered the number 12 room. Scary young generation, scary sword artist. Waiting until Yi Chen disappeared from his sight, the bearded man wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. Just for a second, he felt like he was about to die. Fortunately, he did not do anything too extreme. Otherwise, he would not be sure if the latter would kill him or not. None of the people who entered the blood demon battlefield were kind-hearted. This is the sword intent. It even scared a late astral reaching realm warrior. Su Lan's face was full of disbelief. In the beginning, she thought that Yi Chen was only a lucky young man who had not been devoured by the blood demon and managed to make it to the fort alive. She did not expect that she would be completely wrong. Yi Chen was not a normal young man at all. The power he contained was way beyond her expectation. Perhaps he has the power to leave the blood demon battlefield. Let's wait and see. Su Lan was excited as she thought to herself, where did this young sword artist come from? How come I have never heard of him? This sword intent is even scarier than the top astral reaching realm sword artists. Yeah, we were all wrong. If he had a higher cultivation, it would not be impossible for him to enter the 4th floor. Everyone who had noticed this scene began to discuss among themselves. Closing the door, Yi Chen looked around and found that the rooms on the 3rd floor were quite spacious. They were well equipped, and there was even an independent training room. Arriving in front of the balcony, Yi Chen could see the scene outside the fort from where he stood. A lot of human warriors were entering and exiting, battling with the blood demons. Power is everything. I can see it everywhere. The blood demon battlefield is a good place. I will train until I reach the mid-astral reaching realm. After training in the top-ranked training room for a month, Yi Chen's Zhen Yuan had already accumulated to the limit. He was only missing an opportunity to make a breakthrough. He believed that as long as the pressure was high enough, it would not be too hard to make a breakthrough. But if there was no pressure, then he would have to follow suit. Chapter 335. The training rooms on the third floor had a very good effect, almost as good as the training rooms in the Martial City. According to his estimation, the training rooms on the third floor would be equivalent to the high-rank training rooms in the Martial City, and the fourth floor would be the top-rank ones. The only difference was that the training rooms in the Martial City could increase the training speed because of the existence of the Earth Evil Jun fire. However, the training rooms in the Demon Defiance Fortress were filled with a milky white light, which was very similar to the light cover of the fortress, giving people a warm feeling of being bathed in sunlight. Swish! Yi Chun sat on the ground with his upper body bare. The dried flesh on his back gradually swelled up, and a scarlet gas was released, which was then extinguished by the milky white light. The blood poison has finally been forced out. Slowly letting out a breath filled with the smell of blood, Yi Chun opened his eyes as sweat appeared on his forehead. The scariness of the blood demon battlefield was still beyond Yi Chun's expectations. The day before he obtained the 2 mid-grade artifacts, he had been attacked by 3 high-rank blood demons and dozens of mid-rank blood demons. The situation at that time was extremely dangerous, and the 9 green lotus sword chi in his body had been completely used up during the intense battle. Fortunately, his sword intent had the effect of killing the spirit. High-rank blood demon's spirit was originally rather chaotic and could not compare to human experts at the same level. This was why Yi Chun had been able to kill them in one fell swoop. However, it was impossible for him to be completely unscathed. His back had been grazed by a high-rank blood demon, which had taken away a lot of blood and flesh. My battle power is still not enough to run amok in the blood demon battlefield. Although I have the streamlight armor, which has increased my defense a lot once I encounter a peak high-rank blood demon, only my sword intent can be relied on. The sword intent had helped Yi Chun too much. Without it, Yi Chun would only be a top-grade martial genius, and there were at least 80 top-grade martial geniuses in the whole South Rudra region. Training in seclusion alone is not enough to increase my cultivation in a short period of time. I still need to fight bloody battles, and I need a frightening pressure. When my spirit is suppressed to the limit, it is not impossible for me to break through to the mid-astral reaching realm. Right now, Yi Chun had a basic understanding of what kind of life one had to go through in order to become a life and death realm warrior. It was like a steel wire that had to be stretched to its limit, yet not broken. Ordinary people would not be able to understand the feeling of being on the verge of death. I don't want to be mediocre, so let's challenge it. The muscles on his slender body bulged, and Yi Chun's eyes were sharp and cold. There's only one last anti-demon fortress left. The Rock Elder looked slightly exhausted. Before they came here, they had made a lot of preparations. For example, the mid-grade artifact armor they were wearing was borrowed from an inner court elder of the Floating Mountain sect. The thunder saber in their hands had the effect of restraining the blood devils. But even so, it was still very strenuous for them to fight all the way here. The blood devil battlefield was not a place where they could come and go as they pleased. Taoist Jean Huang said gloomily he must be in the 3rd Demon Resistance Fortress. Find him and make him suffer the pain of 1,000 cuts. The Rock Elder said with a sinister smile, "That's too easy on him. Wouldn't it be better to cripple him and throw him outside to be devoured by the blood demons?" That's not a bad idea. The number 1 martial genius of the South Rudra region being devoured by the blood demons. Nothing could be more interesting than this. Unfortunately, the one he offended was our Floating Mountain sect. Otherwise, he would definitely shine in the near future. What's there to be sad about? The South Rudra region only needs one Sikong Sheng, not another Yi Chun. From the moment he defeated Sikong Sheng, this was already the end of it. You want to go out? Su Lan saw that Yi Chen was about to walk out of the fortress, so she said with surprise. Yi Chen nodded. I'll just walk around the fortress. I can't just do nothing. Actually, you can do it too. In the past few days, Yi Chen rarely saw people going out to challenge. They all stayed in the fortress to train in seclusion. Although training could increase one's power steadily, it would be extremely hard to make a big breakthrough in this lifetime. Of course, his original intention was not to send them to their deaths. He only hoped that they would have a bit of drive. Without drive, they would lose the spirit to advance bravely, which was a huge taboo for warriors. I think I'll pass. I'll wait until I reach mid-astral reaching realm. Su Lan shook her head. The fortress was surrounded by layers of ambushes. Without reaching mid-astral reaching realm, one would be devoured by the blood demons the moment they went out. All right then, goodbye. Activating his Jun Yuan, Yi Chen flashed his body through the milky white light cover. Hee, another one to die. Eat him. He's mine. Once he got out of the light cover, Yi Chen's eyes were filled with blood. Demons were dancing in the air. It was a scene of mountains of corpses and oceans of blood in hell. Green Lotus Chi. Yi Chen didn't back out. He took out his Star Scar sword and waved it in front of him. All of a sudden, a huge green lotus appeared in the air. Hundreds of sword chi shot out in all directions. The 3 basic sword movements of the Green Lotus sword arts had been developed to the extreme by him, and their power was even more powerful than before. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Like a hedgehog, Yi Chen tightened his body and shot out his spikes. Large amounts of blood demons were pierced by the sword chi and killed. Since when did such a frightening sword artist come to the fortress? He seems to be only at the peak of early astral reaching realm. You still don't know? Yesterday, he burst out a frightening sword intent, scaring a late astral reaching realm warrior on the 3rd floor. Sword artists are indeed powerful. Only after reaching the Sea of Souls realm can other martial artists gradually compete with sword artists. For now, sword artists are the peak attacking power. Not everyone stayed in the fortress. Many human warriors chose to team up and fight against the blood demons. Relying on their skillful cooperation, they were able to preserve their lives. Cut. Killing a large amount of blood demons, Yi Chen held his sword with both of his hands and waved out a sword light imprinted with the sky-opening green lotus. The sword light expanded to several hundred meters long, seeming to be able to split the whole world. All of a sudden, countless blood demons were cut in half, crushed into pieces by the aftershock of the sword light. They could no longer form their bodies, and their consciousness had completely dissipated. Little brother, let's team up. It will be safer with more people. A team of 7 or 8 people approached Yi Chen. Yi Chen glanced at them. You guys can just follow me. All right, we can help you kill the blood demons behind you. These people didn't look dissatisfied, since their goal was to fight with the blood demons and gain experience from it. If they had a sword artist as powerful as Yi Chen, they wouldn't have to be afraid even if they ran into a powerful high-rank blood demon. The team moved further and further away, increasing the distance between them and the fortress by dozens of li. Since you're here, then stay. While everyone was killing excitedly, a surging blood-red light suddenly shot out from a nearby mountain peak. The blood-red light contained great power and dyed the surrounding air blood red. A top high-rank blood demon. Behind Yi Chen, a person said with a trembling voice, You guys don't need to worry about it. Leave it to me. Yi Chen was indeed not a top astral reaching realm warrior, but it didn't mean that a top astral reaching realm warrior could kill him easily. What he needed was a bitter, bloody battle. Blood explosion spell. The Green Lotus Jun Yuan burned fiercely as the ace attack of the minor blood demon body separating great art was performed. Yi Chen's whole body was covered in a blood-red flame, looking like a blood flame war god. Interesting. It can actually increase its battling power twice. But in the hands of me, the battle-mad blood demon, it will still be hard for you to escape death. This blood demon was one of the top blood demons, and already had his own title. Of course, there were also differences among the top blood demons. In Yi Chen's eyes, the blood demon was only slightly more powerful than him, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Devouring blood spear, die. The battle-mad blood demon opened his right hand, and a blood-colored light ball condensed in his palm. The light ball stretched out, turning into a blood-red spear. Shoo! The blood-red spear pierced through the air, creating a thin vacuum tunnel. Green Lotus Mountain, break! With his sword intent exploding to its limit, Yi Chen's sword landed heavily on the blood-red spear. Pung! The power contained in the long spear was unimaginable, and Yi Chen was blown back by it. However, something surprising happened. The moment Yi Chen's blood-red sword light touched the long spear, the latter suddenly started to burn, and its power started to decrease rapidly. What? The battle-mad blood demon was shocked. Yi Chen's Zhen Yuan had ignited his devouring blood spear. It should be known that there were a lot of Zhen Yuan that could suppress blood demons, such as Fire Zhen Yuan, which could evaporate blood demon Zhen Yuan, and Thunder Zhen Yuan. But he had never seen anyone's Zhen Yuan being able to ignite blood demon Zhen Yuan. Retreat. The battle-mad blood demon was a bit scared. He was only at the bottom of the top blood demons, and it was obviously impossible for him to kill Yi Chen. A top blood demon was beaten away. Teaming up with him is indeed a good thing. I don't have to worry too much about being devoured by the blood demons. Fighting was one thing, but life was another. If not for Yi Chen, they would not have left the fort too far, and would have only been fighting with the blood demons nearby. That way, they would be able to enter the light cover as soon as they encountered danger, but the rewards would be less. For example, during the dozens of Li journey, they had obtained more than 10 low-rank weapons, all of which were left behind by the dead human warriors. They had given almost half to Yi Chen, so each of them could have one. Not to mention the battle experience they had gained from fighting. Days passed by, and Yi Chen would go out to fight every day. The number of people following him had gradually increased, and everyone knew that Yi Chen could suppress the blood demons. The threat he posed to the blood demons was equivalent to that of a top astral-reaching realm warrior. On this day, 2 people had arrived at the demon resistance fort. They were indeed Taoist Jin Huang and the Rock Elder. After blowing away an astral-reaching realm warrior who had come to trade for food, Taoist Jin Huang stepped into the fort. He gathered his Zhen Yuan and yelled, "Yi Chen, get the fuck out and face your death. Today, I will personally end your dog life." Taoist Jin Huang's full-power roar was extremely powerful. His voice echoed throughout the fort. What is going on? Someone wants to kill Yi Chen. Isn't that the core master of the floating mountain martial school, Taoist Jin Huang? Everyone was discussing. Inside the room, Yi Chen heard Taoist Jin Huang's roar. His face was expressionless as he took out the Star Scar sword from his storage ring and wore it on his waist, then pushed open the door. Taoist Jin Huang, you are finally here. Chapter 336. With a flicker of his body, Yi Chen appeared on the first floor from the 3rd floor. Arrogant brat, accept your death. The moment Yi Chen landed, Rock Elder pulled out his thunderblade. Lightning filled the air, and electric snakes danced chaotically. A berserk arc-shaped blade, Qi swept towards Yi Chen like a flood dragon out of the sea, sweeping everything in its path. Whoosh! Yi Chun was already prepared. His body erupted with cyan flames. He took a step forward, and the Starscar sword was unsheathed. The sword light imprinted with the mountain-cleaving green lotus carried a frightening sword intent as it rushed out with an even more berserk power. At this moment, even the air in the fortress was twisted. Kacha! Rock Elder was merely a slightly more powerful late astral-reaching expert. He couldn't even compare to Corpse Man. Although Yi Chun hadn't used the minor blood demon body separating great art and had merely ignited his Zhen Yuan, it was enough as matters stood. Even Daoist Jin Huang wasn't worthy of him going all out. The Flood Dragon blade, Qi, slashed out by Rock Elder seemed to have its head chopped off, dispersing upon contact. The remaining sword Qi fiercely attacked his protective Zhen Yuan. Rock Elder turned pale with fright. His left hand blocked the sword Qi. With a swishing sound, his palm was drenched in blood. The Zhen Yuan within his body was impacted by the sword Qi, flowing in reverse. He couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body was shot backward. One move, and Rock Elder was heavily injured. How is this possible? How could he have become so powerful? Daoist Jin Huang instantly appeared behind Rock Elder, wanting to catch him. However, in the next moment, his face turned red and white. The flying Rock Elder was no different from a speeding mountain. No matter how much Daoist Jin Huang mustered his Zhen Yuan, he couldn't forcibly catch him. He could only drift along with the flow, his feet rubbing against the metal floor as he slid backward. Daoist Jin Huang, from the day you came to the Sky Cloud sect, you were destined to die under my sword. Today, between you and me, only one can leave the fortress. Die. As soon as the word die came out, a sword light flickered in front of Yi Chun. Countless sword Qi pervaded the air, radiating toward Rock Elder and Daoist Jin Huang. Sixth Elder, save me. Looking at the densely packed sword Qi, the Rock Elder lost all of his courage. He said to Daoist Jin Huang in terror, right now, only Daoist Jin Huang could temporarily save his life. Old Yen, I will avenge you. An ice-cold expression flashed across Daoist Jin Huang's face as he firmly grabbed onto the Rock Elder's constantly struggling body. With so much sword Qi, even if he was wearing a mid-grade armor, he still didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. He could only let the Rock Elder block in front of him and eliminate this calamity for him. Poo piu piu piu, ding 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 ding, the sound of sword Qi piercing through flesh rang out continuously. Accompanying it was the sound of metal colliding. That was the sound of sword Qi cutting through the mid-grade armor on the Rock Elder's body. Other than his torso, Rock Elder's limbs and head were chopped into meat paste by the sword energy. Blood mist exploded and dyed the ground red. Bang! Throwing aside the Rock Elder, Daoist Jin Huang resentfully said, Yi Chun, you dared to kill my floating mountain sect's inner sect elder. Do you know that you have committed a capital crime? Nobody can save you. My floating mountain sect's sea of soul realm experts can flatten Sky Cloud sect with a single palm strike. Daoist Jin Huang, no matter how eloquent you are, you won't be able to escape death today. If floating mountain sect dares to act blindly, without thinking, I will destroy them in the future. How could Yi Chun let Daoist Jin Huang go? His Starscar sword slashed out a sword light. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere, and cracks appeared in the vacuum. Unknowingly, a thick metal shield had appeared in Daoist Jin Huang's hand. Fine electric currents flickered on the shield, containing a powerful magnetic force. The sword light only left a shallow mark on its surface. Of course, the metal shield was fine, but it didn't mean that Daoist Jin Huang was fine. Blood flowed out of his 7 apertures, clearly bearing a part of the impact. At this moment, face was no longer important. He hastily shouted, "Everyone, whoever helps me kill Yi Chun will be heavily rewarded by the Floating Mountain Sect. Outer Sect Elder, Inner Sect Elder, pellets, manuals, everything can be promised to you. If I, Taoist Jin Huang, deceive you, I will not have a good death." "What? Taoist Jin Huang wants us to kill Yi Chun? Should we do it or not?" Being an elder of Floating Mountain Sect means an unimaginable amount of resources. At the very least, we can obtain some precious pellets or manuals. Fuck, let's do it. With so many of us attacking together, no matter how strong Yi Chun is, he will still die. It's like a meat pie falling from the sky. Hearing these words, many people were tempted. On the second floor of the Demon Defiance Fortress, dozens of Jin Yuan streams bombarded Yi Chun. Caught off guard, Yi Chun dodged 7 or 8 Jin Yuan streams, but the remaining ones bombarded his body. Fortunately, he was wearing the stream-light armor, and the strength of his protective Jin Yuan was no different from a late astral reaching expert's. Moreover, the second floor was filled with mid-astral reaching experts who couldn't tear apart his protective Jin Yuan. Even so, Yi Chun's expression was exceptionally gloomy, filled with killing intent. He glanced in the direction of the incoming Jin Yuan streams, imprinting the latter's figure in his mind. "Brothers, let's go. If we kill Yi Chun, Floating Mountain Sect will certainly reward us handsomely." Being stared at by Yi Chun, the leader of the group felt his hair stand on end. He was sure that once the latter had the time to attack, he would certainly be killed. In order to preserve his life, for the bounty of Floating Mountain Sect, he could only incite the others to attack Yi Chun together. Only by killing him could he feel at ease. Fuck, who dares to attack? Who dares? Although we, Red North Duo, are not that strong, whoever dares to attack Yi Chun will not rest until one of us is dead. Right at this moment, the astral reaching experts who had gone out to kill with Yi Chun a few days ago stood out one after another. Each and every one of them had bloodshot eyes, which was the result of fighting for a long time. Some astral reaching experts who were tempted but had yet to act retreated. The current situation was rather chaotic. Once a great battle broke out, not more than 10% of the people would be able to walk out alive. There was no need to wade in these muddy waters. Yi Chun gave them a deep glance, including Su Lan, who had struggled for a long time before standing out. He said in a loud voice, "Everyone's help, Yi Chun is eternally grateful. As long as I don't die in the future, don't hesitate to look for me if you need any help. I can guarantee that within 5 years, whatever Floating Mountain Sect, nothing will enter my eyes. Yi Chun, we're not helping you for your return. Otherwise, how different would we be from these people? Kindness must be repaid, and enmity must be repaid. You've saved us many times in the past few days, but you didn't take all of our harvest. I can guarantee that if we don't stand out and watch you being humiliated, then what's the point of cultivating martial arts? What's the point of cultivation? We might as well go home and farm." "That's right. Yi Chun, don't worry. We'll take care of this." Taoist Jin Huang's lungs almost exploded from anger. Pointing at the astral reaching experts, he said, "Each and every one of you will die. I, Taoist Jin Huang, swear that you will die miserably. You won't have the chance." Yi Chun roared, activating the minor blood demon body, separating great art. The cyan flame outside his body was dyed cyan red. The opponent had a shield that contained magnetic power. If he didn't go all out, he wouldn't be able to kill him in a short period of time. Yi Chun didn't want to cause any problems, so he immediately burst out with all of his battle power. Green lotus accumulation, a fist-sized red lotus condensed in front of the Star Scar sword. Following Yi Chun's slash, the green lotus tore through the air and heavily collided with the metal shield like a thunderbolt. Creak! The metal shield slightly twisted and flew out of his hand. As for Daoist Jin Huang, the bones in his left arm were broken inch by inch. The fierce power transmitted from his arm to his body, causing him to spurt out a huge amount of blood. Die! Striking while the iron was hot, Yi Chen slashed out with his sword. All of a sudden, a cold blade chi shattered Yi Chen's sword chi. From the fourth floor of the Demon Defiance Fortress, a middle-aged man with a cold expression jumped down. Enough! You've already killed one. There's no need to kill him as well. It's better to leave a way out. This middle-aged man's blade chi was swift and fierce, and his blade intent crisscrossed. He was a blade artist Yi Chen had never seen in his life. In terms of strength, he was not below the Sword Elder. Not good. It's one of the 7 great blade artists. Ice Blade. One of the Red North duo furrowed his brows. Ice Blade's cultivation base has reached late astral reaching realm, and his blade intent has also comprehended more than 90%. I'm afraid Yi Chen will be at a disadvantage against him. I don't understand why he would make a move. I've never seen him do this before. I heard that Ice Blade once received benefits from an inner sect elder of Floating Mountain Sect. There's such a thing. Seeing the sudden change in the situation, Daoist Jin Huang spurted out a mouthful of turbid blood and said with great joy, "Ice Blade, this kid is extremely arrogant. He killed my assistant, Elder Rock. I hope you can lend a hand." Bang! As he spoke, a golden light ball condensed on Daoist Jin Huang's fingertip and shot toward Yi Chen with a swish. The golden light ball exploded, and the aftermath caused Yi Chen's protective Zhen Yuan to distort. Dodging the center of the explosion, Yi Chen slashed at Daoist Jin Huang with all his strength. Pung! The sword chi shattered, and Ice Blade, holding his treasured blade, said indifferently, "I told you it's better to leave a way out. You're so young, so why be so sinister? Ice Blade, no need to speak nonsense. Kill him." With Ice Blade here, Daoist Jin Huang could attack as he pleased. Golden light balls bombarded Yi Chen one after another. If not for the demon resistance fort being exceptionally hard, it would have long been overturned. His protective Zhen Yuan shattered, and Yi Chen was sent flying. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth as he said in a cold voice, "You dare to stop me?" If not for Ice Blade shattering his sword chi, Daoist Jin Huang wouldn't have been able to injure him. Daoist Jin Huang can't die. Ice Blade's expression was cold. Every time Yi Chen attacked, he would shatter his sword chi. As for Daoist Jin Huang's attacks, he didn't care at all. "Haha, Yi Chen, it seems like this day next year will be your death anniversary." Daoist Jin Huang's left arm was completely shattered, and he waved his right arm repeatedly. Golden light balls shot out one after another, attacking toward Yi Chen. Blood explosion art. Although blood explosion art could only restrain blood demons, and was the technique blood demon used to subdue blood demons, compared to the minor blood demon body separation art, the amplification of battle power was 10% higher, reaching 30%. This was the limit of Yi Chen's battle power. Activating blood explosion art, the green-red flame around Yi Chen's body became even brighter. A surging aura radiated out in all directions like a hurricane. Green Lotus Sky. As the sword was waved out, the air became like a lake, turning into a deathly stillness. It enveloped Daoist Jin Huang and Ice Blade, and patches of green lotuses spread out in the void. Chapter 337. Do you know the consequences of fighting with me? Ice Blade ignored Yi Chen's sword attack as he put his left hand behind his back and said word by word. Yi Chen said, "If people don't mess with me, I won't mess with them. Since you have messed with me, then I don't need to reason with you. Kill." Activating the Zhen Yuan on the sword, All the green lotuses in the air transformed into sword chi, shooting towards the ice blade and Taoist Jin Huang. How could Jin Huang block so many sword chi attacks? He hurried to pick up the metal shield on the ground and defended with all his strength. With only his right hand left, he did not even have the chance to fight back. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth as his body shook violently. Seal. The ice blade had attacked. His name was Hong Kong, and because he had trained the ice element Zhen Yuan, his blade art poetic perspective was also of the ice element. Therefore, all the warriors in the world called him the Ice Blade. Right then, Hong Kong had thrown out his attack. The blade light was hazy, and the cold chi spread out in all directions, freezing Yi Chen's sword movement and poetic perspective. Cold light flash. Ice Blade changed his stance again, throwing out a blade attack towards Yi Chen. Kalala! The frozen air split open like a huge crack on a frozen lake. The sharp blade radiance swept through everything in its path, destroying everything in its path. Green lotus light. Pointing out his left hand towards Jin Huang, Yi Chen blocked it with his sword. Ah! Jin Huang screamed. His right arm was cut off at the shoulder, falling onto the ground along with his metal shield. Blood splashed everywhere. How many sword chi attacks can you block for him? Yi Chen backed out under the attack of the blade light. He was talking to Ice Blade. It turned out that he had shot out a beam of sword chi, intending to kill Jin Huang. Ice Blade had discovered his intention, so he formed a palm blade with his left hand and cut the sword chi in half. However, the green lotus sword chi inside, Yi Chen's body could be both hard and soft. It could be as hard as a great sword and soft as a finger. Ice Blade's palm blade had only cut off part of the green lotus sword chi's power. The rest of the sword chi went around Jin Huang's shield and cut off his right arm. Ice Blade squinted his eyes slightly and said in a low voice, "You will die after killing him. You can try." "Is that so? Let's see how you kill me." Yi Chen sneered. He opened his left hand, and 5 beams of blue lotus sword chi shot out from his fingers. These 5 beams of sword chi formed a straight line, moving as fast as lightning. Some of them were in the shape of a half-moon, drawing a stunning arc in the air. Some of them were like thin strips of cloth, without any trace at all. "Impudent! You will die today." Once the green lotus sword chi appeared, Ice Sky realized that he could not destroy all of them no matter what he did. At most, he could only destroy 4 of them. The remaining 2 could still kill Taoist Jin Huang. Even so, he still went up to block it. The great blade in his hand was swung out at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye, spreading out layers of cold blade light. Chi! Chi! Ice Sky had overestimated himself and underestimated the unpredictable power of the green lotus sword chi. Out of the 5 green lotus sword chi, one of them had perfectly avoided the blade light and went through Jin Huang's head, leaving a finger-sized bloody hole. The other one had been scratched by the blade light, and its power had been greatly reduced. It then stabbed right into Jin Huang's chest. Bang! Jin Huang's chest exploded. His body was like a broken sack as he fell on the gate of the fortress, no longer breathing. After killing Jin Huang, Yi Chen felt like there was a small chain in his heart that had been broken. It was the inner demon that Jin Huang had brought to Yi Chen. Now that Jin Huang was dead, the inner demon had naturally disappeared and could no longer affect Yi Chen. Kill! Ice Sky's expression was very bad. Jin Huang's death was not that important, but being killed right in front of him was like a slap in his face. Without any nonsense, he held his blade with both of his hands, raised it high above his head, and hacked down. Rumble! The air in the fortress was suddenly pushed out completely, making everyone feel like they were suffocating. In the next second, the blade light which was as tall as the fortress and a couple of meters wide, hacked down heavily. Because of the limited space, the blade light first made contact with the inner structure of the fortress, bringing up a teeth-aching metal exploding sound. Only then did the blade light attack towards Yi-Chun. Green Lotus Mountain. It was Yi-Chen's first time facing a top astral-reaching realm warrior, so he did not dare to be careless. His nerves were stretched tight, and the Zhen Yuan inside his body poured into the star scar soared like a tide. A sword light that was not any smaller than the blade light and had a huge green lotus engraved on it shot out like lightning. Go back to your room. The battle between the two was too loud. Seeing the power of the blade light and the sword light, the astral-reaching realm warriors with faster reactions hurriedly rushed back to their rooms and shut their doors. The others with slower reactions smiled bitterly and pushed their protective Zhen Yuan with all their strength. Dang! The blade light was like a blade used by a giant, while the sword light was like a sky-opening greatsword. The two clashed together, and layer after layer of shockwaves spread out, filling up the entire fortress. Creak. At first, it was a slightly weaker astral-reaching realm warrior whose protective Zhen Yuan had been twisted. Then, a series of twisting noises were heard. Most of the warriors had pale faces, and their eardrums were ringing. Only a small number of late astral-reaching realm warriors were able to take on the shockwaves head-on. Before they could catch their breaths, an even more powerful shockwave exploded out. The only exit was the gate of the fortress. A couple of meters thick light wave shot out. If the fortress was made of normal metal, it would have been shattered instantly. A lot of people puked out blood. No, let's use this chance to go back to our rooms. The battle between top astral reaching realm warriors was extremely destructive. If they used all of their power, even early astral reaching realm warriors might be shaken to death. Of course, attacking together would be a different story. Dozens of Zhen Yuan streams would be thrown out, and even a top astral-reaching realm warrior would not be able to handle it. His feet rubbed on the ground as Yi-Chun slid out dozens of meters. Ice Sky was a bit more powerful than Yi-Chun. He backed out 7 or 8 steps, looking at Yi-Chun coldly. I admit that your battling power is already close to the top astral-reaching realm warriors. But the gap is still the gap, and it will never be made up. Take one of my attacks. Cold Light Break. This time, Ice Sky's blade light was even brighter, containing the ice mentality that could freeze everything. At the astral-reaching realm, after digging out all of the potential of the martial arts, the only thing left would be the mentality. If the mentality was powerful enough, then the power of the martial arts would be endless. A cracking sound was heard as the inside of the fortress was covered in frost. The frost was getting thicker and thicker, turning the fortress into a world of ice. Sky-shattering clouds. An eye-piercing electric light exploded, and countless electric snakes shot out in all directions before exploding. Facing the ice mentality, Yi-Chun used the thunder cloud mentality that he was best at. The thunder cloud mentality was based on the cloud mentality, and the thunder mentality was used as a supplement, so its form was based on the thunder mentality. The thunder and the ice clashed together, causing electricity and ice shards to shoot out continuously. Thunder mentality? No, there is another mentality inside. Ice Sky frowned as he pushed his body art, rushing toward Yi-Chun. Ding, ding, ding. Dang! The two moved around, sword light and blade light flying everywhere. From time to time, they would fight from the first floor to the second floor, then from the second floor to the third and fourth floor. The whole fortress was filled with the two's figures. Ice World! Being in midair, Ice Sky waved down his blade. Within the ice mentality, there was the snow mentality. The temperature inside the fortress dropped to the extreme. Green lotus accumulation. Break. The green lotus sword art contained the mentality of wood and the mentality of water. The green lotus accumulation was the second half of the seventh movement, which only contained the mentality of wood. However, the green lotus sword art was very special. It was obviously a mentality of gentleness, but when it was used, it had the characteristic of being indestructible. Crack! The blue lotus was frozen, but it soon broke through the icy light. The concept of wood was extremely tenacious. It could break through earth and ice. Only the concept of metal could restrain the concept of wood. However, because Cold Sky's Shenyuan was too vigorous, the blue lotus eventually lost its strength. Shoo! Shoo! Jumping back a couple of times, Yichen avoided Ice Sky's blade light. He looked down and saw that a large part of his chest was covered in frost. The good thing was that he was wearing the light armor. Otherwise, that blade attack would have frozen his chi and blood, which would greatly decrease his power. The top astral-reaching realm warriors are indeed not to be underestimated. I have to finish the battle quickly and beat them back, burning my Zhen Yuan and using the blood explosion spell at the same time is too damaging for my body. Right then, Yi Chen's body was like a piece of porcelain, looking like it could shatter at any second. It was still because he had trained the pure jade body-boosting spell and had been trained by the sky demon flower. His body was no weaker than the top astral-reaching realm warriors. Otherwise, he would not be able to last this long. This secret martial art of yours should be the minor blood demon body separating great art of the blood demon master, right? Unfortunately, you do not have a blood demon doppelganger. Otherwise, I would not be able to do anything to you in a short period of time. Ice Sky was confident that he could beat Yi Chen or even kill him, but it would take a lot of attacks, since the gap between the two was not that big. The blue and red flame was burning fiercely. Yi Chen took a deep breath. The Star Scar sword in his hand seemed to have become heavier as he lifted it up slowly. Green lotus sprout. Who? As he waved out his sword, the sword wind started to howl. The blue intent spread out, and the water-like sword light was extremely cold. Your most powerful ace attack. Then take my ice river pressure. Ice Sky yelled. He could tell that Yi Chen did not have the power to continue battling anymore. This attack would be able to beat him completely. After that, his life would be in his hands. Boom. The two's most powerful attacks clashed. The ice mentality and the wood mentality were fighting against each other. The blade light and the sword light clashed. However, what made Ice Sky feel bad was that Yi Chen's sword light had been weakened from its peak to its peak, and then to its peak again. It was like the little grasses that had withered in the winter, and then started to grow again in the spring. It was as if they had broken through the ice and sprouted. Yi Chen looked at Ice Sky coldly. This was the 8th movement of the Green Lotus sword art. As a top of the top rank Earth Realm sword art, the 8th movement's power was way more powerful than the 7th movement. The poetic perspective was even more incomparable. Up until now, he had only mastered 80% of its essence. Chapter 338. Crack! Yi Chen's sword light's power had been pushed to its limit, while Ice Sky's blade light started to dim down. Even though he was more powerful than Yi Chen, his protective Zhen Yuan layer had still been broken through. He puked out a mouthful of blood as his body was blown away. It's not over yet. Green Lotus Sky. The 8th movement of the Green Lotus sword art was the same as the 7th movement. It was also divided into the first half and the second half, which could be separated. Before, Yi Chen had only performed the first half, but now he had performed the second half. The power of the sword light expanded at a horrifying speed, heavily smashing towards Iceblade, who was still flying backwards. This sword attack, I will remember it. Iceblade was bleeding from all 7 of his orifices as a deep sword mark appeared on his chest. The next time we meet, it will be the time to kill you. Weren't you acting all high and mighty? You are nothing special. If it were not for the fact that his body was under too much pressure, Yichun would have attacked him even more fiercely. That dignified attitude of his made him feel disgusted. You, very good. Iceblade, will kill you for sure. Iceblade's face turned green. This time, he had not been able to save his people, and he had been defeated as well. The mental humiliation had even weakened his blade intent a bit. His body shot out of the ground like a hawk flying out of an empty room and out of the fortress. After a couple of flashes, he disappeared without a trace, giving people a feeling of being able to come and go as he pleased. Letting out a heavy breath filled with the smell of blood, Yichun extinguished his Zhenyuan and released the blood explosion spell that had been burning his qi and blood. Without taking out the medicinal power, Yichun directly swallowed a small piece of blood sunflower petal, chewed it up, and swallowed it down. Iceblade has been defeated. Seeing that there was no more movement, most of the people walked out of the room, including the dozens of people who had attacked Yichun. With a glare, Yichun threw out 5 sword attacks towards them, crisscrossing them. Screams were heard. The dozens of people did not even have the chance to react before they were dismembered immediately. They asked for it. The situation was not clear yet, and they had already attacked, waiting for the enemy to turn the tables. It would be strange if they were spared. Exactly. No matter how good the rewards from the floating mountain martial school are, you need to be alive to get them. Many people discussed in low voices. Yichun cupped his fists towards the Red North duo and the other astral reaching experts. Everyone, words cannot express my gratitude. Let me recuperate first. Then we can all drink together. All right, we'll wait for you. The Crimson North duo laughed. In the cultivation room, filled with milky white light, Yichun was only wearing a pair of shorts as he sat cross-legged. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes. This milky white light can not only speed up the training, but also has a great effect on the recovery of injuries. It seems that the Anti-Demon Fortress is a base that integrates defense, training, and healing, and its auxiliary function is very powerful. As his injuries were more or less healed, Yichun took out a sky demon flower petal from his storage ring. The petal seemed to be made of gold, yet not gold like jade, yet not jade, and was extremely heavy. A palm-sized petal weighed 50 to 60 jin. Its surface was covered in deep and mysterious patterns, which seemed to contain the essence of martial arts. With a single glance, one could sink into it. Unfortunately, Yichun did not walk the demonic path, but the sword path. Otherwise, he would have been able to study it. After entering the astral reaching realm, my body quality has improved by quite a bit, but it is still far from reaching the limit. Once I reach the limit, I will be one step closer to the astral reaching paragon. Yichun was very clear that the Sea of Soul realm was not something that could be achieved just by saying. He only had a 50% chance of entering the Sea of Soul realm within 5 years. However, with his current speed of improvement, he would soon become a peak astral reaching expert. And above the peak astral reaching experts, there would certainly be extreme astral reaching experts. The so-called extreme astral reaching experts were those who had reached the limits of astral reaching experts in all aspects. Moreover, ordinary people would never be able to reach this level. It was not that they were lacking in talent, but in resources. In order to become an extreme astral reaching expert, the martial arts that one cultivated had to be at the top rank Earth realm. and they had to reach an extremely high realm. Secondly, they had to have mid-grade defensive artifacts and mid-grade offensive artifacts, and their mentalities had to reach an extreme. In addition, their cultivation base had to be at the peak of late astral reaching realm. None of the four conditions could be missing, but of course, there would not be that many people who could actually become extreme astral reaching realm warriors. The last condition was still manageable, but the first three would be too difficult. How could normal astral reaching realm warriors have top rank Earth realm martial arts? Only rank 6 martial institutions would have them. If others wanted to learn it secretly, it would be suicide. Since they could not learn it secretly, then they would have to find some amazing opportunities. In some ancient ruins, it was not impossible to find top-rank Earth realm martial arts, just like how Yi Chun had found the Flow, Rudra, 3 mysterious spell in the Goathead Mountain, which allowed him to increase his separating shadow art to the top-rank Earth realm. Then, he had found the top-rank Earth realm green Lotus Sword spell in the Hidden Dragon secret realm. Since he could get it, then someone else would be able to get it as well. However, the chance was extremely low, and there would not be many people in the whole South Rudra region. Even having top-rank Earth realm martial arts would not be enough. If one's talent and comprehension were too low, then it would be a waste of top-rank Earth realm martial arts. There might be people who had trained top-rank Earth realm martial arts, but it would not be as good as mid-rank Earth realm martial arts. At least, with a lot of time, they would be able to train the mid-rank Earth realm martial arts to the highest level. After satisfying the cultivation and martial arts, the great weapons would also be indispensable. Great weapons were just worldly possessions, and one could not doubt their usefulness. Having a handy great weapon was even more important than training a powerful martial art. This was also the reason why a lot of people would risk their lives to enter the blood demon battlefield, to try their luck. Lastly, it would be the mentality. Mentality could be learned from martial arts, or it could be learned by oneself. Regardless of which one it was, it would all lead to the same destination in the end. One would need to understand the nature of nature. After reaching the astral reaching realm, under the same conditions, it would be the mentality that mattered. For example, this time, Yi Chun had relied on the mentality of the 8th movement of the Green Lotus Sword art to turn the tide and beat Ice Blade. In terms of real battling power, he was still slightly weaker than his opponent. Of course, if they were to fight again, Yi Chun did not think that he would be the opponent of Ice Blade. Before, the latter did not understand the power of the 8th movement and chose to fight with brute force. In fact, if he had avoided the attack first, then it would be Yi Chun who would have lost. Who would have known that Yi Chun's sword light could go from weak to strong? Under such circumstances, as long as one's power was not insanely powerful, one would lose. I won by luck, but the Ice Blade has already understood the mystery of the Green Lotus Sprout. In the next battle, I can't just rely on this movement. I have to increase my own cultivation. Currently, Yi Chun had almost reached the limit of his martial arts. He also had a mid-rank defensive weapon, and his mentality was close to the limit. Most importantly, he still had the Immortal sword intent. In other words, as long as he reached the mid-astral reaching realm, Yi Chun would be one of the top astral reaching realm warriors. Once he reached the peak level of mid-astral reaching realm, he would be an extreme astral reaching realm warrior. This was the advantage of being a sword artist, and his advantage was even bigger than normal sword artists. The Sea of Souls realm is still far away from me. Right now, I will focus on dominating the astral reaching realm. Yi Chun had a huge ambition. He wanted to become the most powerful astral reaching realm warrior, the most invincible one, just like how he had dominated the clasping Yuan realm before. But the difference was that back then, there was still Sikong Sheng chasing after him. This time, he wanted to completely dominate the astral-reaching realm and kill all of the astral-reaching realm warriors within seconds. Otherwise, it would be a waste for him. Shoo! 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 After absorbing the heavenly demonic flower's medicinal power, Yi Chen's bones, flesh, blood, and qi and blood underwent a small strengthening. During the strengthening process, some stinky impurities were expelled. As soon as they came in contact with the milky white light, they were immediately annihilated, disappearing without a trace. 3 days later, on the metal floor of the Demon Defiance Fortress, everyone had gathered together to barbecue and drink. Here, everyone give it out. Yi Chen took out a large amount of wine from his storage ring. These wine bottles were placed in a wooden chest, making a total of 12 chests. Haha, this is the Black Dragon Empire's top-notch wine. It's also good for cultivation. Many of them hadn't left the Blood Demon battlefield for a long time. Smelling the enticing wine fragrance, they couldn't wait to open the cork and gulp it down. Yi Chen laughed. I have a lot of wine here. Everyone, drink as much as you want. Red North twin warriors were a pair of sworn brothers. The two grabbed meat with one hand and drank with the other. Yi Chen, I didn't expect Ice Blade to be beaten away by you. He is one of the top 7 astral-reaching realm blade artists. And the 7 blade artists are just as famous as the top 10 astral-reaching realm sword artists. They are all top astral-reaching realm warriors in the whole South River region. Luck! If he comes again, I won't be his opponent anymore. Hee, his injuries are not light. Even if he comes again, he won't be your opponent. Plus, if he comes again, he won't dare to be so arrogant. Ice Blade's actions that day were indeed not kind. Even if an inner master of the floating mountain martial school had an old relationship with him, he shouldn't have only targeted Yi Chen and let Taoist Jin Huang attack him as much as he wanted. Everyone had long since seen him as an eyesore. He looked cold, but did not have a noble heart. Let's not talk about him. Who wants to leave the Blood Demon battlefield? I will take him out. Before entering the Blood Demon battlefield, Yi Chen did not know that the minor Blood Demon body separating great art could suppress the Blood Demons and could ignite the Blood Demon Zhen Yuan inside their bodies. Without exaggeration, although Yi Chen was not a top astral-reaching realm warrior, he could beat top high-rank Blood Demons. Killing them would not be impossible. Take us out. A lot of people's eyes brightened. They had been trapped in the fortress for too long. Although they could trade for food every time, they could not eat and drink as much as they wanted. Plus, some of them had families, so they missed them very much. Su Lan said excitedly, Yi Chen, you can take us out. Yi Chen said, of course, but you have to come in batches. If you bring too many, I can't guarantee your safety. You all know how scary the Blood Demons are. No hurry. As long as we can get out, it doesn't matter if we stay a bit longer. This barbecue went on for a whole day. On the second day, Yi Chen led the first group of people and flew towards the nearest conveyor door. After killing a lot of Blood Demons and a powerful high-rank Blood Demon, the first group of people left smoothly. Then came the second group, the third group. After a week, all of the astral-reaching realm warriors who wanted to leave had already left. The rest were either people who did not want to leave or people who had just gotten in. The news of me killing Jin Huang should have already spread out. I wonder what kind of astral-reaching realm warriors the floating mountain martial school would send to deal with me. I have to reach the mid-astral-reaching realm as soon as possible. Only then would I have the power to protect myself. Yi Chen did not dare to relax. There were a lot of astral-reaching realm warriors in rank 6 martial schools, and there would be a lot of top astral-reaching realm warriors as well. If there were only 1 or 2 of them, he might still be able to escape. But if there were more than 2, then it would be extremely dangerous. And this was without the possibility of an extreme astral reaching realm warrior. Otherwise, an extreme astral reaching realm warrior would be enough to kill him. Chapter 339. There were many artifacts in the blood demon battlefield. One could obtain at least 1 or 2 low-grade artifacts almost every day. After so many days, Yi Chen's storage ring had accumulated dozens of low-grade artifacts. There were blades, spears, swords, staffs, hammers, pikes, short pikes, and all sorts of artifacts. If sold, Yi Chen's low-grade spirit stones would increase by at least 600,000 to 700,000. In terms of earning spirit stones, even peak 7th grade sects couldn't compare to him. Of course, the stronger one was, the easier it was to earn spirit stones. In the blood demon battlefield, Yi Chen couldn't say that he could walk sideways, but he could walk straight without any problems. The others who followed Yi Chen all had their own harvests. Each of them had several low-grade artifacts, which was equivalent to their harvest in several months. More importantly, they used to earn spirit stones with their lives. But now, as long as their luck wasn't too bad, the chances of them dying were very small. However, the artifacts in the blood demon battlefield were not inexhaustible. After a period of time, low-grade artifacts had become rare. Only battle experience continued to increase. There are many low-grade artifacts, but only 3 mid-grade artifacts. The first 2 are the axe and the streamlight armor, and the last one is the purple gold mace. Seems like getting a mid-grade sword won't be that easy. In the room, Yi Chen put away the axe and the purple gold mace, then shook his head. With a mid-rank great sword, Yi Chen's attacking power would be able to compete with top astral-reaching realm warriors. Even if the other top astral-reaching realm warriors also had mid-rank great weapons, at least he wouldn't have to worry about their weapons being damaged. For a sword artist, not having a sword was a very serious problem, and it was also something that Yi Chen had been worrying about. Forget it, let's go barbecue first. Opening the door, Yi Chen shockingly lived on the 4th floor of the Demon Resistance Fortress. After defeating Iceblade, everyone believed that Yi Chen had the qualifications to live on the 4th floor. Yi Chen, on the other hand, didn't care about this. The 4th floor of the Demon Resistance Fortress was empty. After Iceblade left, there was not a single person. Living here was no big deal. On the metal floor, Red North Duo and the others were already barbecuing. The aroma of meat and wine mixed together, pervading the entire Demon Resistance Fortress. Yi Chen, come quickly. The barbecue is done. Yi Chen walked down and smiled. Debay, you guys can really eat. Big North was the eldest of the Red North Duo, and the second was called Little North. Both of them had the word North in their names, and their hometown was also in the same place, Red Valley City, so they were called the Red North Duo by the martial artists in the pugilistic world. Big North was in his 40s this year, and looked very sturdy. Before you came, we ate rice every day, and it was tasteless. I didn't expect you to have so many kinds of dried meat in your storage ring. Hee, just in case. Yi Chen had 2 low-rank storage rings that were used to store all kinds of food, which were piled up to the brim. Picking up a piece of roasted meat and munching on it, Yi Chen suddenly had an idea. He asked, "You guys have been roaming around the blood demon battlefield for so long. Do you know any places with more prized artifacts? Mid-grade prized artifacts?" Crimson North Duo's complexion changed. Lil Bay solemnly said, "I know a place where there is a high chance of obtaining a suitable mid-grade treasure." "Oh, where is it?" Yi Chen's spirit was roused. That place is located at the center of the blood demon battlefield, as well as the center of the 3 demon-defying fortresses. It's called the Mass Burial Mound. Many astral-reaching experts have died there. As for why there are so many artifacts there, it's mainly because a super war happened there in the ancient era. Thousands of astral-reaching experts participated in the war. In the following years, many astral-reaching experts went there to search for treasures. Some of them were killed, but their artifacts were also left there. In this cycle, the number of artifacts inside has not decreased. Yi Chen understood Big North's meaning. The artifacts of the ancient era were certainly unusable in the present era. However, more and more people went there to search for treasures. Leaving their artifacts inside would only attract more people, just like a rolling snowball. Of course, the majority of artifacts were trash, and there was nothing that could be done about it. "Why didn't you tell me before?" Yi Chen asked curiously. Little North smiled bitterly. "It's not that I didn't want to tell you. It's just that it's a dangerous place. If the blood demon battlefield is a place of death, then the danger of that place is several times higher. Moreover, I've never been there before, so I don't know the specifics. I was afraid that if I told you, it would harm you." "Many thanks for telling me." Yi Chen smiled. He had never been afraid of danger, not to mention that this danger was within his tolerance range. Big North tore off a piece of meat and said vaguely, "You really want to go? That place is called the Mass Burial Mound, and it's not just for show." "I'll definitely go, but not now." Yi Chen had his own plans. Recently, the bottleneck of mid-astral reaching realm had loosened, and he planned to use this opportunity to break through. With a mid-astral reaching realm cultivation base, there would be very few things in the blood demon battlefield that could threaten him. There was no day or night in the blood demon battlefield. After eating the barbecue, Yi Chen looked at the unique scenery on the balcony, relaxing his mind. The Earth astral pill isn't that important in breaking through realms, but I still have to take it. Only by relying on the Earth astral pill's medicinal power can I have a chance of breaking through to mid-astral reaching realm. Otherwise, I'll have to wait a bit longer. If Yi Chen's body was a bottle, then the green lotus Shenyuan would be like the water in the bottle. Now that the water was full, it would be impossible to continue filling it. Only by making the bottle bigger could it hold more water. Yi Chen did the opposite and prepared to continue filling the bottle with water. Once the bottle became bigger, he would naturally break through to mid-astral reaching realm. Doing this would be very dangerous. His body might explode, and even if it didn't, it would leave behind serious injuries. Very few people would choose to use this method to speed up their breakthroughs. It was truly not worth it. My body's strength has already reached the limits of astral reaching realm experts. There shouldn't be too much danger. I just don't know if I can succeed or not. Yi Chen dared to do this because he had his own confidence. First of all, the bottleneck had already loosened and was not unbreakable. Secondly, his body was very powerful and could endure the majority of the backlash. Failure wouldn't affect him much, but success would allow him to enter mid-astral reaching realm in advance. Let's begin. Letting out a breath, Yi Chen returned to the cultivation room. The milky white radiance had a calming effect. Yi Chen quickly calmed his mind. He took out an earth astral pill glowing with starlight and swallowed it without a second thought. Gurgle, gurgle. The moment the earth astral pill came in contact with the green lotus Shenyuan, it immediately dissolved, transforming into waves of tyrannical medicinal power that surged forth like a torrential river. Refine. The surging green lotus Shenyuan wrapped around the earth astral pill's medicinal power, forcibly refining it. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Chen's body started to swell a bit. This feeling is like an inflated balloon. No wonder not many people dare to try. After refining the entire earth astral pill's medicinal power, the Shenyuan in Yi Chen's body could no longer be described as surging. It was extremely berserk, sweeping out from time to time. At this moment, his powerful soul power played an absolute role, forcibly suppressing the green lotus Shenyuan, not letting it run amok. Second earth astral pill. taking out the second Earth astral pill. Yi Chen swallowed it without the slightest hesitation. Creak. Yi Chen's body started to swell a bit. Third. Fourth. The fourth Earth astral pill was only half refined, and Yi Chen was like a barrel of gunpowder that could explode at any time. Astonishing Zhen Yuan ripples filled the cultivation room, unable to be transmitted out. Ah, compress. The might of his soul power exploded to the limit. Blue veins popped out on Yi Chen's forehead as he commanded the green lotus Zhen Yuan to compress and fuse. Pung. Suddenly, a small explosion occurred on Yi Chen's left side. It turned out to be a mass of berserk green lotus Zhen Yuan leaking out and exploding. Fortunately, the milky white light could annihilate energy and impurities and had little effect on Yi Chen. Otherwise, even his own Zhen Yuan would have been blasted away and suffered some shock, as if that mass of berserk green lotus Zhen Yuan was superfluous. The following process went a lot smoother. At least, Yi Chen felt the pressure on his soul power lessen a bit. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, it was the fourth day. Buzz. The Zhen Yuan ripples in the cultivation room were extremely powerful, giving rise to raging waves. This was still because of the isolation of the cultivation room. The milky white light suppressed the Zhen Yuan ripples. Otherwise, everyone in the Demon Defiance Fortress would know that Yi Chen had broken through. Slowly opening his eyes, a tyrannical light flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. The light was like a sharp sword, incomparably sharp. Opening his palm, Yi Chen forcefully clenched it. Dong! A muffled sound resounded in the air. Yi Chen's palm seemed to have exploded a small bomb. I've finally broken through to mid-astral reaching realm. The danger is a bit dangerous, but the harvest is frightening. I've saved at least a month or two. As far as Yi Chen was concerned, time was life. There were more than one or two people who wanted him dead. Standing up, Yi Chen muttered to himself, after entering astral reaching realm, I'm a peak astral reaching expert. No, I'm a bit more tyrannical than ordinary peak astral reaching experts. At the peak of early astral reaching realm, I could contend against Ice Blade. Now, my Zhen Yuan's quality and quantity have greatly increased, and my battle power has increased by more than 30%. Moreover, it's an all-round improvement. With the increase of realm, one's battle power could directly increase, but with the increase of attack power, the increase of battle power was limited. The two were completely different concepts. Pushing open the door of the cultivation room, Yi Chen walked out. Now it's time to go to the mass grave. I wonder how many powerful experts I'll run into. Descending the stairs, Red North duo saw Yi Chen. Little North said in astonishment, Yi Chen, you broken through? Yi Chen nodded. Gasp. The two sucked in a breath of cold air. Before breaking through, Yi Chen was already frightening enough. Now that he had broken through, wasn't he even more frightening? Tell me the location of the mass grave. The blood demon battlefield was huge, and Yi Chen didn't know the specific location of the mass grave. All right. Knowing the location of the mass grave, Yi Chen urged his Zhen Yuan and flew into the distance, not concealing his aura in the slightest. Chapter 340. Mass Burial Mound, the most dangerous place in the blood demon battlefield, was also the place with the most treasures. It was not that big, only a few thousand miles in radius. The terrain inside was strange, with bones everywhere. Because people had been trying to find treasures, they had opened up countless tunnels. These tunnels crisscrossed, running through the underground. It was hundreds of times more complicated than the most complicated maze. Although most of the astral-reaching realm warriors knew that there were a lot of treasures in the mass burial mound, and that there was a 50% chance of getting a mid-rank treasure, there were not many people who dared to go. It was simply too dangerous. If 4 or 5 people went, perhaps only one would make it back alive. It was a dangerous place with only 4 or 5 people going. Of course, the temptation of the treasures was too big. Some of the weaker astral reaching realm warriors would try their luck there. But there were too few of them. Those who had the confidence to go to the mass burial mound were basically the more powerful late astral reaching realm warriors. Besides them, the top astral reaching realm warriors had chosen the mass burial mound as a must-go place. For them, the mass burial mound was only a small, dangerous place. As for extreme astral reaching realm warriors, they were rarely seen in the whole South River region. They did not lack mid-rank treasures, so naturally they would not go there. All in all, the mass burial mound was a place for the top astral reaching realm warriors. Shoo! In the sky, a blue shadow streaked across at an extreme speed. From time to time, there would be blood light shooting up into the sky. However, without exception, they were all killed by the sword chi. When I was at peak level early astral reaching realm, I could already fight against Ice Sky. Now that I have reached the mid astral reaching realm, most of the top astral reaching realm warriors would not be my opponent. However, the situation in the mass burial mound is quite complicated. There might be a couple of top astral reaching realm warriors working together. I still have to be careful. In the battle for treasures, it would be fine if there were only 2 people. But once there were a lot of people, a couple of people against one would definitely happen. This was a blood-red world. The clouds in the sky were so red that they looked like they were about to drip blood. The ground was full of holes, and there were many broken stone tablets stuck in the ground. The smallest of them was 7 to 8 meters tall, while the tallest one was hundreds of meters tall. They were covered in blood stains and filled with evil chi. Caw, caw. A few crows flew past. Unlike ordinary crows, the crows here were blood crows, the same race as blood devils. They lived by devouring blood essence. Puchi. All of a sudden, a beam of blood-red light flashed across, and all the blood crows in the sky were swept away. Swoosh! The blood-red light returned to its original spot, condensing into a human shape. It was clearly a high-grade blood demon. Beside him, there were 2 people. One was wearing a black robe and a ghost mask. It was indeed the corpse man. The other was wearing a blood-red robe, and his blood-red pupils were like 2 blood diamonds shining with an evil light. Tang Shua, your blood demon doppelganger is getting more and more powerful. Its power should have reached the top-level blood demon level, right? The corpse man did not let out his gold shell corpse, so his tone was a bit flattering. The man in the blood-red robe glanced at the corpse man, just a little bit more. The blood demon doppelganger's growth speed is 2 times slower than a free high-grade blood demon. The reason it could grow until now is because I often bring it to the blood demon battlefield to hunt. Oh, right. You are doing well in the Windy Nation. How come you have the time to come to the blood demon battlefield? This is not a place for you to rampage. The corpse man felt a bit embarrassed after being looked down upon. This man was none other than the infamous Master Blood Demon. Master Blood Demon's cultivation had reached the peak of late astral reaching realm a long time ago. Among the 108 ghost warriors of the 9 Ghost cult, he was one of the top warriors. He was more than twice as powerful as the corpse man. Something unexpected happened. Therefore, I wanted to get a mid-grade artifact from the Blood Demon battlefield. Although the golden skulls on his body were powerful, they were not artifacts. This time, he wanted a mid-grade claw. If he had a mid-grade defensive artifact, then it would be even better. Just follow me. Among those people, any one of them could take your life. The Blood Demon licked his lips as he stared in front of him. a couple of people had appeared out of nowhere. On the dozens of meters tall steel, a skinny sword artist wearing a blood robe stood. He looked to be in his 30s, and his face was strangely pale. His pitch-black pupils seemed to have the power to pierce through the surreal space, shining brightly and piercing. "This is the blood sword artist." The corpse man was stared at by him, and his hair stood on end. The blood demon said, "This man is even crueler than us. His battling power is extremely powerful. He once killed 3 late astral-reaching realm warriors with one sword attack. Unless it is absolutely necessary, do not provoke him. Otherwise, even if you run to the ends of the earth, he will still be able to catch up." Indeed, although the corpse man looked like neither a human nor a ghost, he was also afraid. From the blood sword artist, he could feel a bloody, murderous sword intent. Subconsciously, he did not want to provoke this person, so he did not need the blood demon's reminder. Glancing over the blood sword artist, Master Blood Demon's vision landed on a tall and sturdy man, Ghost Bear, the leader of the bandits in the Star Lake Black Dragon Empire. He has a large group of astral-reaching realm warriors and a lot of underlings. He is also a top astral-reaching realm warrior himself. We can pull him into our ranks. It does not seem that easy. Our 9 ghost cult used to be unparalleled in the past, but now everyone wants to kill us. Not many people would dare to join us. Everything depends on effort. How would you know if you do not try? The day the leader returns will be the day the South Rudra region becomes the new leader. The blood demon's body emitted a soul-stirring, domineering aura. The corpse man was secretly shocked. The top astral-reaching realm warriors were not only the blood demon, but also the blood sword artist and the ghost bear. On the ground between the steels, there were many different-sized tunnels. Right then, a large group of people rushed out. Among them, there were a couple of people with horrifying auras which were comparable to the blood demon, and the other 2. Boom. After a while, beams of blood-colored light shot up into the sky. These light beams appeared from the underground passageway, and they were shot out from the ground. Every 3 days, the blood devil baleful chi will erupt. Those who are infected by the blood devil baleful chi will fall into an illusion of slaughter, unable to extricate themselves. The blood devil baleful chi is no exception. Now that the blood devil baleful chi has appeared, we will be safe for the next 3 days. Waiting until the light beams disappeared, the blood demon's body flashed, flying into the nearest tunnel. The corpse man and the blood demon doppelganger followed closely behind. "Go in." The blood sword artist and the ghost bear jumped in. As for the people who had just come out, some of them went back to the demon defiance fort, while others rested for a bit before continuing to enter the tunnel. Soon, there was no one above the burial mound. Shoo! Landing on the 7 meters tall steel, Yi-Chun frowned slightly. Just as the Red North duo had said, there were countless tunnels in this place. People who came here for the first time would definitely be hesitant, since the underground was not like the surface. I did not expect to meet a newbie here. All of a sudden, a rock behind Yi-Chun vibrated, turning into a human shape. It was an astral-reaching realm warrior who was good at disguising. Without thinking, he threw a deadly attack toward Yi-Chun. Didn't anyone tell you that the people who come here are not normal people? Turning around, Yi-Chun pointed out his finger. Shoo! The cloth-like green lotus sword chi pierced through the warrior's head, causing a blood mist to burst out. How is this possible? You are obviously a mid-astral-reaching realm warrior. He still could not understand how Yi-Chun's battling power could be this powerful. His right hand made a grabbing gesture, and the warrior's storage ring landed in his hand. Without looking at it, Yi-Chun flashed his body and disappeared into the tunnel 10 meters away. Powerful! Fortunately, I was far away and could not assassinate him in time. Otherwise, I would be the one dead. On a slope far away, the soil split open, and a human figure rose up. He looked at the place where Yi Chen had disappeared, and thought to himself that he was lucky. Yi Chen's cultivation base and battling power were not comparable, which made him easy to be overlooked. And the consequence of being overlooked would be his life. Traveling through the pitch-black tunnel, Yi Chen could already hear the sounds of fighting. After a few blinks of an eye, a scream was heard, and the underground returned to silence. Every step in this place is dangerous. Not only do I have to guard against the sneak attacks from the top astral-reaching realm warriors, I have to guard against the blood demons as well. They are the true masters of this place. Wearing the Star Scar sword on his waist, Yi Chen released his soul power. Everything within 500 meters was under his control. Once there was a slight movement, he would be able to sense it immediately. Woo, woo, woo. A ghostly wail and wolf howl was heard as a few bloodlights converged from 500 meters away. High-rank blood demons. A bit strange. Blood demons were good at sneak attacks, and there were very few examples of them attacking humans head-on. These high-rank blood demons seemed to be afraid of not being noticed, so they did not hide their aura at all, and even let out a mournful roar. Yi Chen's goal this time was to find a mid-rank greatsword. He did not want to be entangled with the blood demons, so he flew down the tunnel. Shoo! Sword light flashed. The high-rank blood demons blocking his way were sliced into dozens of pieces. Gradually, Yi Chen arrived at a depth of 1,000 meters. Before he could do anything, an intense battle came from above. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Mud and rocks flowed down, flooding the tunnels one after another. Bang! A huge chunk of mud was thrown at Yi Chen. Break! The sword light flashed, and the mud chunk was cut in half. There are treasures inside. Once the mud chunk was separated, countless rays of light could be seen, as if it was embedded with hundreds of bright gems. There are a few mid-rank treasures. Easily distinguishing the aura of the mid-rank treasures, Yi Chen reached out his hand to suck. Courting death. How dare you steal our things? 2 human figures shot down from above, each throwing an ace attack at Yi Chen. The destructive shockwave collapsed countless tunnels. Using the separating shadow flying art, Yi Chen dodged as he raised his head. The first one that entered his eyes was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man, carrying a frightening evil aura. The other one was a short old man with wrinkled skin, looking like dried tree bark. Not bad, but your luck is bad. The old man stared at Yi Chen with evil intentions. He and Ghost Bear had fought over the mud chunk containing many treasures. He did not expect that Yi Chen would appear down there. Unfortunately, he and Ghost Bear were both top astral reaching experts. Killing Yi Chen would only take a few moves. Chapter 341. Perhaps you too are just unlucky. Yi Chen's expression was indifferent. Hee, are the young generation all this arrogant nowadays? Ghost Bear turned his head and glanced at the elder. Old Jew, he doesn't even put us in his eyes. Old Jew laughed. Ghost Bear, you and I will take care of him first. Then we'll decide who these weapons belong to. What do you think? That would be for the best. These weapons won't be able to run away anyway. Ghost Bear smiled coldly as the huge axe in his hand ignited with a raging flame. This was a fire attribute mid-grade weapon. Under the activation of Zhen Yuan, waves of powerful pressure spread out. Die! Taking a step forward, Ghost Bear fiercely chopped at Yi Chen with the axe in his hand. The berserk power suddenly sucked out the air in front of him. Yi Chen's sword left its scabbard. The sword light flashed, shaking the void. How did Ghost Bear get here? How did he get back? His hand felt numb. You push me back. Ghost Bear was surprised. Although he had only used 80% of his battle power, Yi Chen was only a mid-astral reaching expert. He could kill one with one axe. Kid, interesting. Take my axe-cleaving river. The axe was thrown out, and the air was like a raging river, splitting in two as a huge axe light smashed over. Comparing battle power. You are only at the same level as Ice Blade. Piss off. Holding the Star Scar sword, Yi Chen counterattacked with an even more ferocious manner. The sword light, imprinted with sky-opening green, Lotus shattered the axe light and landed heavily on Ghost Bear's protective Zhen Yuan. Pooh! Spurting out a mouthful of blood, Ghost Bear was blown back in shock. This kid is troublesome. Old Jew, let's kill him together. Ghost Bear was truly shocked. As a peak astral reaching expert, the number of people who could defeat him could be counted on one's fingers. He had never thought that he would lose to Yi Chen. It was simply unimaginable. Old Jew was also shocked. If he had treated Yi Chen as a sheep before, then right now the latter had already risen to the level of a wolf. Shattering heart lung claw, Old Jew walked the devil Dao. His body shook, and black Zhen Yuan surged like a giant black snake. He raised his gloved right hand, and 3 black claw lights tore through the air, attacking Yi Chen's vital points. Green Lotus Chi. With a slash of his sword, a huge illusory green lotus appeared in front of him. The green lotus expanded rapidly, and hundreds of sword chi shot out, annihilating Old Jew's claw light and enveloping the two of them. Ding ding dang dang. There were too many sword chis. Elder Zhu couldn't be bothered to attack Yi Chen. His hands danced around, forming a claw net in front of him. Phantom Bear took advantage of the fact that his axe was big enough. He slammed it against the ground and used the wide body of the axe to block the sword chi that shot at him. Brat, I admit that I have underestimated you. But now you will die without a doubt. Burn for me. It was impossible for Old Jew to give up on so many artifacts. The black Zhen Yuan in his body rubbed against each other, giving birth to a surging black flame. Amidst the flame, he pounced at Yi Chen, drawing out a black arc in the air that looked both real and fake. Old Jew has even used the Black Devil Phantom art. Entangling that brat should be no problem. I will give him a fatal blow. Phantom Bear also chose to burn his Zhen Yuan. Then, using some unknown secret art, his arms swelled up and became as thick as buckets. Even his clothes were torn apart. Black Devil Suppression. Old Jew's short body miraculously extended to the length of a normal human. His hands were like ropes, twisting and pulling around Yi Chen. After a few blinks of an eye, black Zhen Yuan chains appeared around Yi Chen. These chains were as thick as arms, locking Yi Chen in the center. Then, above Yi Chen, at the end of the chains, a black Zhen Yuan stone platform pressed down. What a profound Zhen Yuan materialization. It seems to contain 2 different mentalities. One is the metal mentality, and the other is the earth mentality. Yi Chen was slightly surprised. This old Jew was extremely ugly, but he was extremely powerful. Unfortunately, in front of absolute power, everything was meaningless. Break, break, break. The green lotus Zhen Yuan burned as Yi Chen uttered the word break 3 times in a row. Once the last word was uttered, the Zhen Yuan chains around him shattered inch by inch, and the stone platform above him was covered in cracks before exploding. How is this possible? What kind of fast sword speed is this? Old Zhu hurriedly retreated. With his eyesight pushed to its limit, he could barely see Yi Chen's 49 sword strikes. Each strike landed on the weakest part of the Zhen Yuan chains and the stone platform. That kind of extreme speed made him tremble. Die. At this moment, Ghost Bear rushed up. Taking advantage of the moment, when Yi Chen shattered the Zhen Yuan chains and the stone platform, his bucket-thick arms held the huge axe and chopped down. This axe strike contained the fire mentality that could incinerate all living things. The fierce heat wave burned the collapsed passage red. Sure enough, these peak astral-reaching experts have all researched their mentalities to their limits. If I want to maintain the superiority of their mentalities, I'll have to make even greater breakthroughs. Facing the bright red axe light, Yichen still had time to think. All along, he had a lot of advantages, such as sword intent and mentalities. However, after entering the astral-reaching realm, all he had encountered were powerful astral-reaching experts. The advantage of mentalities was negligible, and only his sword intent was his greatest reliance. Slow. Activating the never-before-used slow sword mentality, Yichen stabbed out. The air became motionless, and Ghost Bear's axe light seemed to have slowed down a lot, moving towards Yichen bit by bit. Meanwhile, Yichen's sword light was like a spark, dazzling to the extreme. Rumble! The passage behind Yichen shattered and melted, and a light sword scar appeared on Ghost Bear's right arm. What? He dodged my killing move? Ghost Bear seemed to have sensed something and was astonished. Entering the astral-reaching realm, mentalities were quite important. Most people studied the mentalities of nature, such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and so on. Although the illusory mentalities could be comprehended, they were extremely difficult. Among them were fast mentalities and slow mentalities. Just now, Yichen had clearly used slow mentalities, which had caused his thoughts to pause for a brief moment. This kid is a freak. He even comprehended slow mentalities. Ghost Bear and Old Jew exchanged a glance. Quick, changing from slow sword mentalities to fast sword mentalities, the flow of air accelerated. With a slight breeze, countless sword lights shot out at an extreme speed. The fast and slow transition was too quick, and the two's thoughts almost couldn't keep up. They were forced to defend passively. In these 2 years, I've never given up on comprehending fast and slow mentalities. In fact, slow and slow mentalities exist in the majority of mentalities. For example, thunder mentalities are both fast and slow. Once separated, it becomes fast and slow mentalities, which makes my comprehension even smoother. Sword lights fell like rain as Yichen shot out along with numerous sword lights, his frightening speed like a beam of light. Rip! Old Jew and Ghost Bear were both injured.